or see any reports about it from any external source. You are not to communicate electronically or any other way with any person about the trial, the testimony, or about a witness's performance. This means no Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, emails, text, or any form of electronic communication that includes the subject of this trial. Stay off any internet pages, newspapers, or media sites that might report this case. Doing anything else is wrong and against the law. This case involves some controversial issues. Well-meaning family members or acquaintances may say something or strike an attitude that may cause you to become biased toward one side or the other. Sometimes, those furthest away from the facts of the case have the strongest opinions. I don't want you influenced by anything except the evidence that comes in this four corners of this courtroom. For the same reason, no jurors should ever conduct their own homework or research about any issue, person, or subject involved in the case. We consider the courtroom to be a sterile environment, like an operating room in a hospital. Only the information imparted by witnesses and tangible items of evidence is authorized. Otherwise, one party or the other may be deprived of a fair and just verdict. Third, I'm going to close with one final request. Keep an open mind. What I mean by that is you should not form any definite or fixed opinion about how you're going to decide the case until both sides have had a full opportunity to present their side. And you should not decide how you're going to vote on a verdict until you've heard all the jury instructions and all the evidence. Sometimes that influences your view of the facts. Sometimes a case needs to be going in one direction, then it may turn into a 180. Plaintiff gets to go first and the defendant second. Both are entitled to have you reserve judgment on the merits of the case until you've heard everything. I know you may read novels or go to the movies, you see it headed one way, you think you got it figured out, and then it changes. So just don't form any opinion finally until it's all over with. The other thing is, we live in an era of distractions. I mean, we get text and all sorts of messages, emails and things, and being able to focus on testimony and trials can be challenging. So I'm just going to ask you to do your best to try to focus on what the witnesses are saying, keep your attention span there. We'll be taking breaks from time to time to hopefully help you with that. But I've talked to jurors after trials, and they've told me, you know, Judge, one of the things that really was difficult is focusing and keeping my attention span on what the witnesses said. You tend to drift off, and I just want to give you a heads up that that could be a problem. So now what we're going to do is have the opening statements by the attorneys. They each have equal time to address you. Again, I remind you, they're predicting what they think the evidence will show. And the claims that we have and defenses that we have may change between now and the end of the case. We just don't know that, and we'll have to wait to see. All right, Mr. Tympanik.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel. Good morning, everyone. As previously stated, my name is Attorney Matthew Tympanik, and I represent the plaintiff, Rodney Jacobson. I want to take you back in time to January of 2014. Rod and his wife, Cindy Watson, decided to adopt a pregnant dog named Candy. Cindy was on the board of directors for Honor Animal Rescue and found out Candy was pregnant. Unfortunately, Honor Animal Rescue was going to put Candy down because she was pregnant, and they do not maintain pregnant dogs because they cannot care for them. However, Rod and Cindy took it upon themselves to foster her, allow her to deliver her puppies, and try to find homes for them. Candy ended up giving birth to 12 puppies, and Rod and Cindy were able to find homes for all of them. Subsequent to the birth of the puppies, Rod and Cindy adopted Candy and brought her into the family. Candy was a Staffordshire terrier with a hound bull mix. Candy had found a home with Rod and Cindy. Candy received obedience training, including specific training involving off-leash commands. She got along famously with the other pets in the Jacobson household. However, what she loved more than anything else was going boating with her best friend, Rod. That was her happy place. No offense to his wife, Cindy, but Rod was Candy's best friend. Rod had a friend named Deaterly who allowed him to keep his boat docked on his property. Rod and Dee had been friends for years and had even vacationed together. However, everything changed on November 18th, 2016. On that day, Rod and Candy were over to Dee's property to work on the boat. They were getting the boat ready for the Venice Boat Holiday Parade. Rod started to walk towards the boat, and Candy decided to seek refuge from the sun under the truck. While walking towards his boat, he heard a voice call his name, and he started to hear Candy barking. He started to walk towards his truck. While walking towards his truck, he observed a man he knew to be by the name of Zachary Deaterly, the defendant, kicking dirt at his dog. Candy did not bite, nor did she jump on Mr. Deaterly. Instead, Candy retreated to under the truck. Rod called to Candy, and she came to him. Mr. Deaterly continued to walk towards them, continued to walk towards Rod and Candy, and eventually came to a stop directly in front of Candy, approximately 6 to 8 feet from them. At this point, Rod was standing adjacent to Mr. Deaterly's left and immediately right to Candy. While he was Rod began to look down at Candy to put his leash on her. While he was in the process of doing that, he heard multiple gunshots immediately in his vicinity. Rod had served honorably in the Coast Guard, so he knew exactly what gunshots sound like because he's in fact fired a gun himself. When he looked at Mr. Deaterly had a silver revolver in his right hand. After the first 2 shots, Candy took off towards the boat. And it was then that Rod watched as Mr. Deaterly fired multiple shots at Candy, the dog, while she was in the process of going towards the boat. Rod was in absolute shock with what had just transpired. He turned to Mr. Deaterly and said, quote, "Did you just shoot my dog?" "Answer, Mr. Deaterly, you're damn right I did, and I would do it again." Rod was still in disbelief of what had transpired, but he knew Candy was hurt, so he followed her trail of blood to the boat and found her bleeding profusely on top of a bunch of life jackets in the cabin of the boat. Rod picked up Candy, who was motionless with fear, and took her to the truck to get her to a veterinarian hospital. Rod quickly drove up 41 to get to Sarasota Veterinarian Emergency Hospital, not knowing that one of his tires was actually flat. It was there Candy was seen by Dr. Wendy Ellis. The observations she made included internal bleeding and multiple gunshot wounds. Dr. Ellis told Rod that Candy was hurt real badly and that she would need emergency surgery if she were to survive, the cost of which was substantial. Rod told Dr. Ellis whatever the cost, he would pay it, and he did. He put down a deposit of approximately $5,000 so that Candy could potentially get the life-saving surgery she so desperately needed. Eventually, the decision was made to take her to another facility in Tampa. Rod rode with Candy in the ambulance for pets, praying she would hold on long enough for her to get the care she so desperately needed. When they got to Tampa at Blue Pearl Veterinarian Partners Tampa, Candy was placed on a gurney and taken into surgery. Rod got to be with Candy, and the reality started to set in. Candy wasn't going to survive these gunshot wounds. Early the next morning, unfortunately, Candy passed away. The bullets did just too much damage to her internal organs. A few days later, law enforcement took photographs of Candy's body and noted the gunshot wounds to her body, including her chest and right elbow. We have those pictures, and we will show them to you. However, law enforcement will also tell you that they didn't even go out to the scene of the incident, even though only one bullet was recovered, and it has been confirmed multiple shots were fired. You will also hear that they didn't even have Mr. Deaterly fill out a witness statement. However, you will hear that my client did, but Mr. Deaterly did not. Dr. Michael Bonda was Candy's vet, and he will tell you he met with Candy numerous times, and she was always well behaved. You will hear about that how even when a dog would understandably be uncooperative, such as a blood draw, Candy was cooperative. She never barked. She never misbehaved. Leanne Novak, a friend of the family, also interacted with Candy up close and personal. And Candy didn't bark at her, didn't bite her, didn't try to jump at her. She was a calm dog. Subsequent to Candy's unfortunate death, Rod was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder by Dr. Matthew Edlund. In the years following Candy's death, Rod would tell you that he still had nightmares about Candy's death. He has nightmares of chasing Mr. Deaterly and watching Candy get shot in front of him over and over and over again, with him powerless to do anything. His wife, Cindy, will tell you all about those nightmares and those experiences of what she witnessed. Every so often, Rod will start crying when thinking about Candy. The image of Candy getting shot is burned into his memory, and he will never be able to think of Candy without thinking about her getting shot and dying. Defense is going to try to convince you that the defendant was in fact acting in self-defense. They're going to dredge up facts from the past to try to distract you from the facts as I've just laid out to here today. After you've seen all the evidence, heard from all the witnesses, we will be asking you to hold Mr. Deaterly accountable for his actions and find him liable for negligence, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and trespass to chattels. Thank you.
Mr. Kessler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible for us to allow us to use the screens, Your Honor?
Yeah, let's see. Trying to find the right one to do here. Let's see, we have a new courtroom, and I'm trying to adapt to the new technology here, so. Are you seeing?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Not yet? How about that?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Oh, it's a lectern. Oh, my equipment says that it's on. Ask Mike to come in. We can't operate without IT. you're going to want to show some exhibits.
That's correct, Your Honor.
You'll see in front of you, I think each of you have a monitor in front. We're trying to work so that you can see what he's talking about. Mike, come look at this. We're trying to show the lectern. Okay. I thought you were from the lectern.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you. Go ahead. We'll be displaying in a little bit. Okay. Thanks. May it please the court. Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Brian Kessler, and I just want to say that Attorney Andrea Johnson and I are proud to represent Mr. Deaterly in this case. I want to thank you for your role in this trial. This is a civil case, not a criminal case, and Mr. Jacobson obviously seeks money from Mr. Deaterly, as you just heard. The law pertaining to Mr. Jacobson's claims is well settled. You, as the jury, have an important role in determining the facts and applying those facts to the well-settled law. Mr. Deaterly, throughout my presentation here and for the next conceivable 2 weeks, I'm going to refer to Mr. Deaterly as Zach, okay? On Friday, November 18, 2016, Zach was faced with a tough decision that people shouldn't be forced to make: risk injury or death to himself by allowing an unleashed 60-pound vicious pit bull to attack him, or protect himself by shooting that unleashed pit bull before it injured or killed him, all while the pit bull's owner watched and stood silent, and Zach continuously yelled for help. Zach chose the latter, a decision he does not take lightly, and one that has brought us here today. The evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson is an irresponsible pet owner who knew that his pit bull's propensity to be aggressive, yet still neglected to use a leash. Despite this, Mr. Jacobson now seeks compensation for something he himself caused by forcing Zach to act in self-defense by leaving his dangerous pit bull unleashed and free to roam about the Deaterly family property. Self-defense is an absolute bar to all of Mr. Jacobson's claims for money. As you will hear from the evidence, Zach went to his family's property unaware that Mr. Jacobson or his unleashed pit bull were going to be present. The Deaterly family property is a large property that is densely populated with trees and other vegetation, making it difficult to see long distances. When Zach arrived, he saw a truck and decided to check on who it was. As he was walking toward the truck, Zach recognized that it was Mr. Jacobson and shouted, "Hey, Rod." Zach continued to walk to Mr. Jacobson to have a casual conversation with him. At that time, Mr. Jacobson's unleashed pit bull came out of the bushes aggressively charging at Zach. Zach made several attempts to keep the pit bull away, to include yelling at it, cautiously backing up, kicking dirt at it, stomping the ground, ultimately kicking it, and continuously yelling at the pit bull and Mr. Jacobson the entire time, asking him to control his animal. Mr. Jacobson did nothing to help Zach. The pit bull circled around Zach multiple times, never being deterred by Zach's efforts to repel the attack, coming back directly towards Zach, lunging in and out at him, at times coming within a couple inches of Zach. And only after Zach had done all he could do to try and repel the attack, he had no other option but to shoot the pit bull to avoid serious injury or death. You'll hear that Mr. Jacobson knew his unleashed pit bull was aggressive, that the pit bull was a rescue dog. Its background was unknown, that Mr. Jacobson himself had previously warned other people to stay away from the dog, even stating that he was concerned about what his animal might do to others since he was unfamiliar with its background, other than knowing it had been abused by the numerous scars on its body and head. Mr. Jacobson was so concerned about the dangerousness of his pit bull, He even used a choker chain with a spiked prong collar to control the animal, including during visits with its regular veterinarian, Dr. Bonda. Throughout this entire incident, the evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson stood silent and did nothing to gain control of his animal, even after Zach pleaded with him to do so. As a result, Zach was forced to shoot the unleashed pit bull in self-defense. Zach is going to testify. He's going to tell you about how afraid and terrified he was for his life throughout the entire incident. This is not something he wanted to do and was very distraught after it happened. Mr. Jacobson first asked you to make Zach pay money for his emotional distress. To prevail on a claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress, Mr. Jacobson must prove, 1, that Zach intended to cause Mr. Jacobson emotional stress. 2, Zach's conduct was extreme and outrageous. And 3, that Zach's behavior caused Mr. Jacobson severe emotional distress that is of such intensity or duration that no ordinary person should be expected to endure it. You're going to hear a lot of evidence about Mr. Jacobson's mental state. That is because when someone sues for intentional infliction of emotional distress, they place their mental health at issue, which Mr. Jacobson has done in this case. As a result, you will hear evidence about Mr. Jacobson's mental health and other stressful circumstances in his life during this time. The evidence will show that Zach did not intentionally shoot Mr. Jacobson's dog to cause him emotional distress. It will show that when considering the danger Zach faced at the time, his conduct in shooting the dog was not extreme and outrageous, but rather justified. Lastly, it will show that Mr. Jacobson did not suffer severe emotional distress. You will discover from the evidence that Mr. Jacobson has a family history of depression, that he in fact has a verified, documented 20-year history of depression that originated when he found his then wife caught in the act of adultery. After this happened, Mr. Jacobson immediately sought treatment from a mental health professional and was ultimately prescribed an antidepressant Zoloft to assist him with his depression. Mr. Jacobson had taken Zoloft for his depression continuously for 16 years before this incident happened. You will hear that Mr. Jacobson did not immediately see a medical professional for his alleged emotional distress after the incident we are here for today. Instead, the evidence will show that 4 days after the incident occurred, Mr. Jacobson visited with his doctor for an annual wellness exam. In preparation for that visit, Mr. Jacobson completed an annual wellness exam form. On that form, Mr. Jacobson reported that he almost never felt down, depressed, or hopeless over the prior 2 weeks, that he almost never felt little interest or pleasure in doing things, that his feelings did not cause him distress or interfere with his ability to socially interact with friends, that during the past 6 months he never felt sad or depressed, that he was satisfied with his life, and that stress is never a problem for him. You will also see from the evidence that in 2017, a year after the incident occurred, that Mr. Jacobson filled out another annual wellness exam form. On this form, Mr. Jacobson reported 1, he almost never felt down, depressed, or hopeless over the prior 2 weeks. 2, that he never felt little interest or pleasure in doing things over the prior 2 weeks. 3, that his feelings did not cause him distress, nor did they interfere with his ability to interact socially with friends. 4, that during the past 6 months, he almost never felt sad or depressed. 5, that he was satisfied with his life. And 6, that only sometimes was stress a problem for him, but he was usually able to cope effectively with that stress. The evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson visited with his doctor 10 times over an almost 2-year period before mentioning the incident or any worsening depression as a result, and only doing so when he was accompanied by his wife, Cindy Watson, who verified the worsening depression. This visit occurred while this civil lawsuit was pending, and because 2 days prior, Zach had notified Mr. Jacobson that he would be seeking his medical records to determine the extent of the emotional distress Mr. Jacobson complained about. The records from the 10 prior visits after the incident and before this one will demonstrate that Mr. Jacobson didn't think it was important enough to bring the incident to the attention of his doctor until after his medical records were going to be examined. As a result of this visit, Mr. Jacobson's doctor referred him to a psychiatrist, Dr. Matthew Edlund, for treatment. However, you will hear that neither Mr. Jacobson's doctor nor his psychiatrist conducted objective testing to definitively diagnose Mr. Jacobson with any emotional disorder, but rather relied on Mr. Jacobson's own report of his symptoms in rendering treatment. Still, Mr. Jacobson only saw his psychiatrist for a total of 3 hours, over 5 visits that spanned a period of 8 months, with the last visit occurring on May 29, 2019, more than 3 years ago. And during this time, the evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson stopped taking antidepressants altogether. Mr. Jacobson has not sought treatment since his last visit on May 29, 2019, nor has he made any effort to seek treatment. You will also see from the evidence that Mr. Jacobson had other stressors in his life at this time. These other stressors are important because it relates to an element of the claim that Mr. Jacobson must prove for a claim of intentional infliction of emotional distress. Evidence of other stressors will show that Mr. Jacobson cannot prove any of these claims with Zach. For example, Mr. Jacobson was required to pay lifetime alimony to his ex-wife of $5,000 per month. Mr. Jacobson sought to modify that payment but lost. After he lost, he appealed. He again lost on appeal. At the end, Mr. Jacobson reduced his alimony obligation from $5,000 to $4,500. In doing so, however, Mr. Jacobson spent over $600,000. After losing the appeal, the court entered 2 separate orders requiring Mr. Jacobson to pay his ex-wife's attorney's fees. One entered on May 19, 2019, requiring Mr. Jacobson to pay his ex-wife the amount of $70,090 to reimburse her for attorney's fees she incurred in the modification proceeding. And another one entered on May 23, 2019, requiring Mr. Jacobson to pay his ex-wife the amount of $25,915 to reimburse her for the attorney's fees she incurred in the appeal. You will see that Mr. Jacobson refused to pay these amounts and was held in contempt after the court determined that he had the ability to pay. As a result, Mr. Jacobson was faced with the prospect of being arrested if he did not make substantial payments within a certain period of time. You will also see from the evidence that Mr. Jacobson willfully stopped paying his alimony obligation altogether. And on January 10, 2022, was held in contempt after the court determined that he had the ability to pay and was ordered to pay his ex-wife the sum of $58,500 due on or before January 14, 2022 at noon. Additionally, the evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson was sued by American Express after failing to pay approximately $95,000. Mr. Jacobson entered into a settlement with American Express whereby he made a substantial initial payment and $5,000 per month thereafter until the debt to American Express was paid off. And while Mr. Jacobson was paying off his debt to American Express, he was not making court-ordered alimony payments to his ex-wife. After his 2 hours of treatment with Dr. Edlund, a psychiatrist, in total, the evidence will show that Mr. Jacobson did not seek treatment from any mental health professional for his alleged emotional distress because he said the rate of $210 for each 30-minute session was too high. Then you will see that in January 2021, Mr. Jacobson suffered a major accident when he fell from scaffolding and fractured his skull. As a result, he immediately sought treatment from a neurologist. Mr. Jacobson told his neurologist that the Zoloft he had taken for the prior 20 years was no longer working for him since his accident made his depression much worse. The neurologist prescribed Mr. Jacobson a different antidepressant, Wellbutrin, which also did not work. The neurologist then prescribed a higher dose of Wellbutrin to take with another antidepressant, Abilify, which also did not work. Lastly, the neurologist referred Mr. Jacobson to seek treatment with a psychiatrist. Mr. Jacobson never went to see a psychiatrist, despite being told by numerous doctors, being referred to numerous psychiatric groups. He never went. Further, Mr. Jacobson failed to return for his most recent appointment with his neurologist. As you will hear from the neurologist, Mr. Jacobson truly suffered a worsening of his already existing depression that had existed for 20 years prior to this incident as a result of the January 2021 accident. The evidence will demonstrate that the incident where Zach was forced to use self-defense was not the cause of Mr. Jacobson's depression. Rather, Mr. Jacobson has suffered from long-standing depression that started over 2 decades ago when he caught his ex-wife, the same one involved in the alimony proceedings, in the act of adultery. Mr. Jacobson's second claim is asking you to make Zach pay him money for negligence. To prevail on a claim of negligence, Mr. Jacobson must show that Zach was negligent in shooting his firearm. The evidence will show that Zach was not negligent in firing his gun because he lawfully acted in self-defense. Plus, it will show that Mr. Jacobson was negligent first by failing to follow Sarasota County ordinance by having an unleashed dog on property owned by Zach's family and failing to maintain direct control over the dog. But for Mr. Jacobson's negligence, Zach would not have been put in the position of having to repel the attack in self-defense. Mr. Jacobson's third claim asks you to make Zach pay him money for assault. To prevail on a claim for assault, Mr. Jacobson must prove that Zach intentionally and unlawfully showed force toward Mr. Jacobson, and that Mr. Jacobson was in fear of imminent peril. The requisite intent is whether a reasonable person would believe that a particular result was substantially certain to follow. The evidence will show that when Zach was firing his gun at the dog, Mr. Jacobson was behind him. In fact, Mr. Jacobson did not know Zach had a gun until Zach first shot the gun. You will hear that at no time did Zach aim at or discharge his gun in the direction of Mr. Jacobson. It will show that no reasonable person would believe that Mr. Jacobson was in fear of imminent peril. Mr. Jacobson's last claim wants you to make Zach pay money to him for trespass to personal property, which means Mr. Jacobson must prove that Zach intentionally interfered with and intentionally damaged his property without justification. The personal property in this case is Mr. Jacobson's dog and the truck, the damage to the truck that he's alleging. The evidence will show that Zach did not shoot out Mr. Jacobson's tire as alleged. This will be corroborated by the evidence showing that Mr. Jacobson replaced all 4 tires just 4 days after the incident and did not see Zach shoot his tire. Mr. Jacobson is a general contractor who is often around construction sites. The evidence will also show that as to the alleged damage to Mr. Jacobson's wheel rim, Mr. Jacobson did not and still has not replaced the wheel rim. As I previously stated, was well-settled law. Dogs are personal property. As to the claim for trespass to personal property relating to Mr. Jacobson's dog, the evidence will show that Zach was justified in shooting it. The unleashed 60-pound vicious pit bull charged Zach. Zach was yelling at the pit bull, tried backing away from the pit bull, kicked dirt at the pit bull, stomped on the ground at the pit bull, kicked the pit bull, and was continuously yelling at Mr. Jacobson to help him, all trying to stop the pit bull from attacking him. Despite knowing that his pit bull was aggressive, Mr. Jacobson did nothing to help Zach. The evidence will show that Zach had no other option at that time but to act in self-defense. At the conclusion of this trial, after you've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the exhibits, I will come back to you as the jury during closing arguments, and I will ask you that you find Zach acted in self-defense and not award any money to Mr. Jacobson. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do is going to take a short break here. I want to set up, make sure the technology is ready to go. Y'all can go back into the jury room, and I need to talk to the attorneys for just a moment.
Jurors exiting.
Okay, Mr. Tympanik, what exhibits are you planning to use during,
It's just from the exhibit book, Your Honor. Exhibit number 8.
okay, and you're going to show it from your computer, right? Is that where it's starting?
Your Honor, I obviously have to introduce it with the witness, but we don't actually have, the electrical cord that IT brought doesn't actually work for my new laptop, so
Okay. You just want to use the notebook.
yes, and then just admit it that way.
Does the jury have access to the notebook?
Once it is admitted into evidence, it'll be taken out and shown, passed around to each juror, and then put back in.
Do you all have the exhibit to show on the monitor?
Which exhibit is it?
Exhibit 8.
We should know.
How do you feel about showing his exhibit?
I have no problem showing an exhibit, Your Honor.
Will that help you?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Honor. I'm happy for the cooperation from defense counsel.
What do you think? You okay with that?
With what, Your Honor?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
And Your Honor,
This is, I'm looking at Exhibit 8. This is Dr. Edlund,
yes, Your Honor.
and looks like,
Your Honor, I guess we just need a point of clarification. This is law. Ms. Johnson just kind of let me know about this. We've already agreed to everything coming into evidence. So
Right.
the joint exhibits, everything's already in evidence, so there's no need to bring it into evidence. It's already in there.
right, I think we stipulated that
Yeah,
yesterday.
and Your Honor, that will save me a lot of time. Additionally,
Well, before we leave that subject, we have the witness on the stand. You're referencing number 8. They're willing to show it on the monitor, as I understand it. Yes?
And another thing, too, is the screens for the jurors, Your Honor, I don't know if the screens for the jurors are working. There might be an IT issue.
Your Honor, they're not. We were instructed by control that whatever they were showing on the 2 screens there were not coming up in the juror box.
Okay.
Likewise at council table and the
Well, I'm
lecterns.
glad we took a break for this. Call Harry Potter, bring him in.
Yes, sir.
and Your Honor, again, I'd be seeking invoking the rule against sequestration
Yes.
and excusing all potential witnesses from the courtroom at this time.
The rule that counsel is referring to requires any witness who's going to be called not to discuss the case amongst themselves. They can talk to the attorneys. The idea is that they're not informed as to what transpired in the courtroom prior to their testimony. I see this exhibit is, what, 15 pages?
Yes, Your Honor.
You going to use all of them?
Just be able to, so the jury can actually see and review them, because obviously we've agreed to admit them to evidence, but I want them the ability to review each and every page if they so wish. Thankfully, it's very short, Your Honor, considering some of the other exhibits.
Well, typically what we do, Mike, apparently the images are not being shown on the monitor. The attorney wants, actually, what's happening is the defense attorney is going to show the plaintiff's exhibit.
Okay.
And she's back there, but it's not, okay, can you try to show the exhibit now? She's table marker.
Here, you have it on your table?
So we're going to, Mr. Timpanic,
Yes, Your Honor.
we're going back the old-fashioned way.
All right.
We're going to use the book,
There.
and then I'm going to have IT see if they can fix the problem.
Okay.
For future.
And since we have IT here, could we just discuss the Zoom capability real quickly?
Well, they've asked for 2 witnesses to appear by Zoom.
3, Your Honor.
3 witnesses, and it's not right now. It'll be later in the week.
We have a jury card, we have a Zoom card that we usually use and in Judge Carroll's courtroom, which this usually is, but it moved next door because there were no Zoom witnesses that were going to be needed for this one. So let me see what I can do as far as getting something together for you guys, and it's going to be later this week or next week.
Later this week.
Let me see what I can do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
We'll have to take Judge Carroll's to court. I hope he'll forgive me for that. All right, let us take about 5 minutes and
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. Court's in a brief recess.
right, folks, be seated. All right, ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the panel.
Yes, sir. Once again, please make sure your cell phones, electronic devices are turned off in the audience. Jurors entering.
All right, folks, should be seated. All right, call your first witness.
Plaintiff calls Dr. Matthew Edlund to the stand.
You see on this witness stand here that we have a binder. It contains the exhibits that have been admitted, and whatever's admitted you'll be able to look at in your leisure. We hope to be able to put them on the monitor at some point, but right now we're dealing with a technology issue. So anything that we refer to as an exhibit will be available to you to study as you need when you deliberate. While we're doing that, let's hand out the notebook, the notepads. I'm going to let y'all take some notes, and we'll hand out. Yeah, come on in.
Doctor, if you stand here, please stand up quick, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. This way, sir.
Mr. Tympanek, hold just a minute. I want to talk to the jurors about taking notes. Okay, we have a notepad there for you and a pen, I hope. It's a government pen. It may or may not work. I would suggest putting your name on it. The way this works is you get to take notes, but when you leave the courtroom, you have to leave them on your chair. We collect them and give them back to you. You will have them to use when you deliberate, so that when you start talking about the case, those of you that take notes can use them for that purpose. I just want to emphasize that the fact that somebody writes something down may be accurate, but it may not be, so test it against your memory. You may agree with what the note says or not. And then if it's been a while since you've taken notes, sometimes people don't write and listen at the same time, so we want you to hear what's going on. So if you think you have the requisite skills to take notes, that's fine. But if it's been a while and you think you may not be able to listen at the same time, it's more important for you to listen than actually take the notes, okay? All right. It's up to you to use them. You don't have to, but you may. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Matthew Edlund, E-D-L-U-N-D.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a doctor.
And what is your specialty?
My specialties are psychiatry and sleep.
And could you please tell the jury some background on your educational background?
Okay, at risk of boring you, I went to a small school called Amherst College in Western Massachusetts. After I graduated there, I went to my state school, the State University of New York, downstate. Down meaning New York City area, upstate being Syracuse. I graduated from there in 1979. I was then an intern in internal medicine at the University of California, San Diego. After that, I went to what I had planned on a long time, which was an occupational medicine residency at the Harvard School of Public Health. While I was there, I worked as a clinical fellow in general medicine at Massachusetts General Hospital. When I finished there, I had been working at Mass General for a while and found that I was really interested in medical psychiatric issues because most people didn't want to touch it. So I then did a residency at NYU Bellevue from 1981 to 1984. From there, I became a professor at the University of Texas, Houston, mostly doing research on anxiety, some extent depression. Then I was asked to run a division at Brown Medical School, got there in 1988, started getting a lot of interest in sleep medicine, got boarded in sleep medicine after my experience there. After I was doing research and teaching there, I came down here. One of my fellows came here and became medical director of a psychiatric hospital, Sarasota Palms. I came in to become clinical director of the hospital and to run a sleep lab. And I did that in the early 90s, and then went into private practice when that hospital was bought by Sarasota Memorial and closed, and have been in private practice since 1993. I run the Center for Circadian Medicine, which is about sleep medicine and biological clocks. So my practice is basically psychiatry and sleep.
And how long have you been a doctor?
43 years.
Okay. And how did you come to know the plaintiff, Rodney Jacobson?
He was referred to me by Dr. Robert Marcantonio, and I was looking over Dr. Marcantonio's notes. I don't remember these things really well. They were like 4 years ago. And he referred him to me because he was getting more depressed, but also because I'm a sleep doc. Because Mr. Jacobson also had sleep apnea, and he knows that sleep apnea also impacts on depression.
Okay. And when Mr. Jacobson came to you, did you perform an evaluation regarding his depression and sleep issues?
Yes.
And as a result of the evaluation, did you diagnose Mr. Jacobson with any mental disorders?
I am afraid I have to look at my notes on these things. The diagnoses that he got that first time were post-traumatic stress disorder, moderate depression, sleep apnea, psychophysiologic insomnia. He also had a history of a pacemaker in situ. That's something that happens often with people who have sleep apnea. He had hypertension, but he also had what's called sick sinus syndrome, which means his heart rate doesn't work. Well, basically the sinus pacemaker doesn't always work real well. And his heart rate had gone down into the 30s in a sleep study that had been done before. Generally, that gets better when you treat sleep apnea. So he had that. He had also hyperlipidemia, hypertension. Okay.
And were you able to opine that opinion about post-traumatic stress disorder to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
To a reasonable degree, yes.
And did Mr. Jacobson's post-traumatic stress disorder provoke problems with his sleep?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Okay. I was trying to look again at Dr. Marcantonio's notes. He was having more trouble. He was having more depressive symptoms, but he was having a lot more wakefulness. He wasn't sleeping well at all. That's something you commonly see with post-traumatic stress. People wake up a lot. They have bad dreams. They have often flashbacks where the events that took place sort of get lugged into the brain and occur in daily life. But a lot of people regard post-traumatic stress disorder as basically a sleep disorder because it has so many implications in terms of dreams and waking and never feeling rested.
And did Mr. Jacobson's post-traumatic stress disorder provoke problems with his motivation?
When he walks in, as I say, I was looking at the notes. I don't remember these things brilliantly at 4 years. The things that he wrote down, he came and he said for depression. He had had a history of depression before. And he notes tired, lack of interest, sorrowful, okay, which are things that you see both in major depression and post-traumatic stress. And usually the big issue becomes, does post-traumatic stress make depressive symptoms worse? Generally it does. And if you look at the symptom groups, there's a lot of overlap in terms of what people have.
And did Mr. Jacobson's post-traumatic stress disorder provoke problems with his interest and mood?
His mood was depressed. And I mean, do I remember these things in great detail? No, but based on what I'm reading in the notes, yes, he looked depressed. He sounded depressed, and he really didn't have the interest, motivation that he had had for quite a while, and it was getting worse. And that was the thing that Dr. Macantonio's note in terms of referring was that the mood is getting worse.
I'm showing defense counsel tab number 8, which has been previously agreed upon as exhibit number, I believe, 1, plaintiff's exhibit number 1.
It's going to be joint exhibit number 8.
Joint exhibit number 8. Apologies. Dr. Edlund, can you pick up that binder in front of you?
Okay.
And can you please go to tab number 8?
Okay. Right.
Do you recognize that, and do you mind flipping through the pages of that document, that tab?
Yeah, okay.
And do you recognize those documents?
It looks like the copy of what I brought with me this morning, the notes I have from my office, yeah.
And what do you recognize them as?
The electronic medical record notes I have on Mr. Jacobson.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the medical records?
Of the records? Yes, they look like the same things I have, yes.
And were these documents prepared by you in the ordinary scope of your medical practice?
Yes.
And were these documents prepared at or near the time in which they reflect they were recorded?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, plaintiff would like to publish to the jury the medical records of Rodney Jacobson from his visits to Dr. Edlund as joint exhibit number 8.
So how are you suggesting this happen?
I would just be asking that we unclip the binder, since we have a brand new courthouse, but it's 1985, and we admit them to the jury and allow them to view each document. And ideally, we would be just showing on the screens, but obviously IT issues.
Is there a particular section, this 15 pages, is there a particular area that you would like to address for the jury?
Just the first 3 pages, Your Honor. It's, as you can understand, they're notes, but they have important facts on the pages, Your Honor.
You going to be asking about those?
Briefly, Your Honor, but I just want to be able to the jury to actually view them. Usually, as you can understand, they'd just be watching the screen and we just click one at a time, but unfortunately.
All right, let's clip them and hand them out to the jury and then let them look at them. Again,
The entire piece.
yes, give them the whole set, 15 pages. Again, folks, You'll have a chance to study this in detail. Just glance through them at the moment, get a feel for what they are. Counsel, come over here for a minute.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Edlund, did you see this is replaced in tab 8? All right, proceed, Mr. Timpani.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Edlund, describe to the jury, in your experiences, what brings on post-traumatic stress disorder?
Post-traumatic stress demands a traumatic event, something out of the ordinary, something that hits people very hard and hits them generally in a very unexpected way. There's a major shock. And I guess I'm going to end up quoting a guy who wrote a book called The Body Keeps the Score. There's a professor named Vanderkock in Boston. And he basically describes PTSD as there's an event that kind of short circuits how people normally respond to events. It occurs so rapidly and often so shockingly that it just seems to go into its own format as far as how the brain responds to it. And as a result, people have a series of symptoms that, in most cases, they've never experienced before. The classic ones are really bad dreams, nightmares. You wake up with generally dreams about the event. Sometimes they feel like they're happening right in front of you, but often with a heightened acuity, a heightened sense of reality. You also get flashbacks. Flashbacks are where you, for some reason, you're triggered by whatever's going on in the environment around you, and it may be something, a smell, it may be some color, it may be something that reminds you of the original event. That makes you feel like it's happening in front of you again. And there's a lot of diagnostic criteria that are attached to this stuff, but basically the critical things are there's a traumatic event that people respond to it with a series of different symptoms. Some people will do anything they can to not remember that event and stay away from things like it. Typically, people will have a lot of depressive and anxiety symptoms, and you have negative emotional and positive emotional changes. The negative emotion changes is that generally people feel a lack of interest, often quite listless, don't have the same pleasure in life that they used to have. And very often think back about the event and think back about the event. And on one hand, people will tend to avoid it. But what also commonly happens is that people feel a sense of shame or guilt that in some way they could have prevented it. Even though, how do you prevent a plane crash? The point is that people feel on some basic way that they did something that if they had been in another place or they had been under different circumstances, it wouldn't have happened as it did. And then the event just keeps playing on. And in terms of the practice that I have, most of the people I'm going to see it with are going to be people with either motor vehicle accidents or people in combat. And very often the combat type situations will come back years and years later. That stuff that maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago will just pop up, and it's as if it's happening right now. And a lot of people complain about their nightmares and their sleep and the fact that they feel jazzed up and they can't sleep, they can't rest. And they have this lack of pleasure, lack of interest in the world. And the positive emotional stuff where people feel happy or good or they enjoy a birthday, They don't get that to the same extent. It's like a numbing. Now, this gets expressed in many different ways in many different people. But the types of symptoms and how they occur have been reported literally for thousands of years. This is something that happens to people, that has happened to people, as part of being human.
And do you recall the event which caused Mr. Jacobson to suffer post-traumatic stress disorder?
Once again, I don't have a lot, beyond the notes. What I do recall is his. Actually, is it okay if I read the notes?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
if it refreshes your recollection.
Yeah. So this is the chief complaint. This is supposedly what people come in for. 72-year-old builder with a long history of depression dating to 2000. Not perfectly accurate. He actually probably had some symptoms in 1998. Reports the start of post-traumatic stress following watching 5 shots rifled into his dog in front of him in the middle of 2016. He has flashbacks about this, many dreams about it, feels that it is difficult for him to resolve.
And describe to the jury what you base your diagnosis on.
I base it on, is there a traumatic event? Is there something that's out of the ordinary? In this case, yeah. Here's a guy, I don't remember the circumstances in great detail, but he's on property of somebody he knows, he's with his dog, quite close with his dog, and his dog is shot, killed right in front of him. And he keeps on thinking about it, and thinking about it, and thinking about it.
And describe to the jury how you treated Mr. Jacobson's post-traumatic stress disorder.
Well, once again, these things are not without some kind of context. If people have a history of depression, they're more prone to PTSD symptoms. He has a history of depression. It's been there on and off at this point for about 20 years. And now as depression gets worse, that's really common when people have PTSD on top of any history of depression. So he's having problems with fatigue, focus, concentration, energy, and as he says, sorrow. And that to me is really interesting because most patients don't come to me and say they have sorrow. They don't come to me and say they have sadness, just a deep internal sadness, which is something you'll see in depression and something you see very much in PTSD. So you try to treat that in a variety of different ways. He had already been put on a higher dose of an antidepressant called Zoloft, the company, that's the company name, the generic name is sertraline. And that's often used to treat both depression and PTSD. He also has sleep apnea, which impacts on dreams. When people have sleep apnea, they tend to wake up far, far more. What happens is you stop breathing. You don't have sufficient airflow coming into your lungs. Your brain wakes up. And not uncommonly, your brain will wake up dozens, hundreds of times. If you add onto that PTSD symptoms, tends to make things worse. So he has depression, he has sleep apnea, he has PTSD, all of which are having a pretty big impact, not just on his sleep, but on his daily function. He's tired, he's fatigued, he lacks interest, he lacks motivation. And when you have all those things going together, you try to treat them both separately and in combination. In terms of sleep apnea, he had been put on a CPAP device. CPAP means continuous positive airway pressure. Probably some of you have run into people who wear these horrible-looking things on their heads and make these ghastly noises at night. And basically, what that does is act as an air splint. It sends air back into the throat to open up the airway so people can breathe. What's the problem with CPAP? Only about a half of people who use CPAP will use it regularly, if that. It's not very much fun. So he had stopped using CPAP. And then he was working on dental devices, which is what you go to next, which is where you put something in the back of your throat to literally open up the airway again by sort of stretching out the mandible so you can breathe. He has problems with insomnia, so you try to treat insomnia with a bunch of different treatments, and the main treatment of that is something called cognitive behavioral therapy of insomnia, which is basically a whole series of behavioral regimes where you try to get people relaxed enough, calm enough, that their brains slow down enough that they can actually go to sleep. He's given cognitive behavioral treatments in terms of depressive symptoms, the things involving, fatigue, energy, motivation, concentration, pleasure. That's one of the things you note about these things, is that people just don't enjoy anything. The stuff you usually enjoy, you don't enjoy. And then also in terms of medications, and I tried to change the medications around some. The truth is that the treatment of PTSD is really pretty lousy overall. There are things you can do with medications. There are things you can do with cognitive behavioral therapy. You also try to embody things. What a lot of people with PTSD find helps them is getting out in nature, being physically active, being around people. Very often when people have PTSD and depression, they socially withdraw. They go away from other people. And so you try to get people to get involved with others. And you try to get people to be physically active. Last thing I put in is something called light therapy, which may sound kind of woo-woo. The goof is that light is actually a drug. There's a lot of people I treat in Florida because they came to Florida thinking they came here for the weather and the clear, the beaches. And in many cases, they came here because in the wintertime, they got pretty depressed in the north. They had seasonal affective disorder. Their moods would really go down. They come to Florida. They get sunlight in the morning. Their moods go up. And you can actually do clinical trials where you give people drugs like Zoloft or light therapy. They will do better with 30 or 60 minutes in front of a light box than they will, say, with a drug like Prozac. But put the two together, and people tend to do better. So, as I say, the treatment for these things is not very good. You try to do a whole bunch of different things together, and you hope that in combination, people will be more functional and be able to do more of what they want to in their lives.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Kessler?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Edlund.
Good morning, Mr. Kessler.
Or good morning. Yes, it is morning, not afternoon. Interesting. You're referencing Dr. Marcantonio's notes during your testimony here today, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true that you did not review Dr. Marcantonio's notes prior to first meeting with Mr. Jacobson?
I saw them, I believe, later, yes.
Okay. And then you referenced a diagnostic testing or diagnostic criteria that you use in evaluating and diagnosing people with PTSD, correct?
Correct.
That's contained in a book, correct?
There are different diagnoses. When we're doing these things, we're doing them in part for insurance purposes. That's the reality of this game. And there's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which is used by the American Psychiatric Association, and then there's what's called the International Classification of Diseases. They have somewhat different criteria.
And you're a member of the American Psychiatric Association, correct?
Actually, I am no longer.
Oh, you're no longer?
No.
Okay. You were at the time I deposed you, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
He can answer.
In terms of being a member of the American Psychiatric Association, I don't think I've paid my dues in a long time.
Okay. So regarding the diagnostic criteria that you would use to diagnose somebody with PTSD, you either use the DSM, correct, or something else, right?
I use DSM.
Okay, so you use DSM primarily, correct?
At that time, that's what I believe.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what DSM stands for?
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. There's actually been a big fight in the field for a very long time about what constitutes diagnoses and what doesn't. But basically, there was a guy named Bob Spitzer who came up with a version of that starting 1970s, 1980s, and it's gone through 5 reiterations. This is what is considered criteria. This is what you diagnose on the basis of.
And you took the next question right out of my, you must have assumed that I was going to ask the question. You said there's 5 versions of it, right?
Well, this is, the one that's around now is DSM-5. I'm not sure if I was using DSM-4 or DSM-5 at that time. I'd have to look back on the dates.
Okay. At the time, do you know when DSM-5 came out?
I'm not sure. It was several years ago.
Okay. Prior to when you first examined Mr. Jacobson, correct?
I believe it came, I don't know. I think it's 2016. I'd have to look up all that stuff.
Okay. And your first visit with Mr. Jacobson didn't occur until September of 2018, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the DSM-5 would have existed at that time. And in fact, at the time that you evaluated Mr. Jacobson, you were using the diagnostic criteria under the older version, DSM-4, correct?
I'm not sure. I would have to, I have different versions on my desk in terms of what gets used. And I certainly can't tell you what the differences are between DSM-4 and DSM-5 for PTSD.
Well, at the time that I deposed you and subsequent to you examining Mr. Jacobson, you didn't even have the DSM-5. You didn't even own a copy of it in your office, did you?
I would have to look at the deposition.
Sure. Thank you. I don't know if I may approach.
Go ahead and hand it to the bailiff.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Oh,
Is this one for me?
that one's for you.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I'll have you go ahead and turn to page 33. Dr. Edlund, you remember when I deposed you, correct?
I remember you were deposing me, yes.
Okay. And you remembered that you took an oath to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Page line 33, beginning line 14, my question, do you have a copy of the DSM-5 or do you have a copy of the DSM-4 or DSM-5 here? And what was your answer at line 16?
I have DSM-4 here.
Okay. So at that point in time, you had the DSM-4 and you were using the diagnostic criteria in the DSM-4, correct?
Yes, it would appear.
Now let's talk about the information that you used in making the diagnosis of Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson presented to your office and he completed an intake form, correct?
Yes.
And then you conducted a evaluation of him that consisted solely of you asking him questions, an interview we'll call it, correct?
Correct.
And how long did that first interview or interaction with Mr. Jacobson last?
Generally an hour.
Okay. And if it helps you, if you look at Exhibit 8 on page 1, and they're base stamped at the bottom corner here, Doctor. So as we go through, I'll reference the base stamp at the bottom right-hand corner. So you'll know exactly what page I'm on. And anywhere on the first visit date stamp page 001 through 003. Can you identify how long you spent with Mr. Jacobson in evaluating him?
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Do you want me to find this within this document?
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. That's your deposition. I'd like you to look in the exhibit book, Dr. Edlund,
The exhibit book?
which is the 3-ring binder underneath you, underneath that deposition.
Ah, okay. Yes.
Which number?
Base page 001 through 003. I'm asking if you can identify how long you spent with Mr. Jacobson on the first visit.
Says that we was seen between 4:30 and 5:30, 1 hour.
Okay, so 1 hour, and that consisted of your interview of Mr. Jacobson, correct?
Correct.
And that consisted of Mr. Jacobson self-reporting his issues to you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any objective testing to substantiate the diagnosis that you made, did you?
Can you explain to me what you mean by objective testing?
Sure.
sir?
Did you conduct any psychometric testing to Mr. Jacobson during your initial visit?
I did not.
Did you administer the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test to Mr. Jacobson during your initial visit?
No.
Did you administer the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5 to Mr. Jacobson during your initial visit?
No.
Did you administer any symptom validity testing to Mr. Jacobson during your initial visit?
Translation of symptom validity, please.
I'm not the doctor.
I see. Symptom validity is usually based on what people are telling you as opposed to what, Mr. Kessler?
Excuse me?
You're asking me in terms of symptom validity.
I am. I'm asking
Symptom
you.
validity, therefore, declares that it's a symptom. The symptom is a subjective statement, correct?
That I'm not going to say. Are there symptom validity testings that you can administer to a patient to objectively diagnose them with a diagnosis?
There are different kinds of
Did
criteria.
you administer any of those to Mr. Jacobson?
I did not.
Thank you. During your initial visit with Mr. Jacobson, did he tell you about the court case that he was involved with his ex-wife regarding alimony?
No.
During your initial visit with Mr. Jacobson, did he tell you that he spent over $600,000 in legal fees trying to modify his alimony?
I did not know about that.
During your initial visit with Mr. Jacobson, did he tell you that his attempt to modify his alimony had failed and that he lost?
No.
During your initial visit with Mr. Jacobson, did he tell you that he was involved in this lawsuit where he was seeking damages against my client for emotional distress?
At that time, I do not believe so.
Do you believe that this all would have been relevant information in treating and diagnosing Mr. Jacobson?
When one asks what one knows, someone comes in to see you. They give you a history. They're there to be treated. They're there to be treated for their medical psychiatric condition. The issues are, what are their problems? What can you do about them? Are you going to know everything about them? No way. What you're going to know is what they're telling you and what you can later on find out from other records. Am I going to know every detail of someone's life? No.
Okay. So other than Mr. Jacobson's self-report, what he reported to you, you did not see or review any other objective evidence of how Mr. Jacobson was functioning on an everyday basis, did you?
I did not hear from other sources, no.
You relied solely on the self-report, correct?
Correct.
And prior to making any diagnoses of Mr. Jacobson, you didn't speak with his wife either, correct?
No.
Your first visit with Mr. Jacobson occurred on September 26, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And during that visit, he came to you with the chief complaint, which I believe you read into the record earlier, correct?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that he was referred by Dr. Marcantonio, correct?
Yes.
And was he referred to you by Dr. Marcantonio solely for depression-related symptoms, or was it a combination of sleep apnea and the depression?
The understanding I had was that it was mostly regarding the symptoms that he was coming to me with at the time, and that included issues related like sleep apnea. The main thing he wrote down was depression.
And you had testified earlier that sleep apnea also impacts depression, correct?
Can make it worse.
It can make it worse. So it can make an already existing depression worse, correct?
It can.
Okay.
And it can make anxiety symptoms and dreams and PTSD symptoms worse as well, yes.
And if you look on date stamp page 001, Mr. Jacobson wasn't being treated for sleep apnea or
Excuse
using
me?
any treatment before his visit with you, correct? And I can read it directly from the record if you want me to.
No, the reason I'm a little confused is that I know at that time he wasn't using CPAP. He had trouble using CPAP, but I'm not sure when he went on to use dental devices.
Okay. But at the time that you met with him, he had been diagnosed with sleep apnea, correct? He has been diagnosed with sleep apnea. It's on page 1 of your note under the HPI section.
Yes,
Last
sir.
sentence. Okay. He did not find the CPAP agreeable, correct? That's what you wrote.
Yes.
And is now about to start using dental devices, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
How many patients do you see, doctor?
I mean, how many do I take care of at any given time?
Sure.
I don't know. I have about 1,000 patients. 400 are relatively active.
Okay. And out of those 400 patients that you see, you had made the comment on the stand earlier here during your testimony that not many patients come in using the term sorrow or sadness in your practice.
Correct.
Yet, an individual involved in a civil lawsuit seeking damages from emotional distress presents to you, uses those words, and self-reports indicia of post-traumatic stress disorder to you, correct?
Yes, he was describing symptoms of PTSD and depression.
And the symptoms that you described, they also have comorbidities with sleep apnea, do they not?
Yes.
Such as hypertension, correct?
Yes.
Sick sinus syndrome, correct?
Sick sinus is often worsened by sleep apnea.
Okay. And then you say that the depression symptoms of PTSD, that a person normally lacks interest in the things that they enjoy, right?
That is one of the symptom groups that can happen.
Okay. Go ahead and turn to date stamp page number 5. And this is a note from the visit on October 30th, 2018. And can you read to me what it says under the psychiatric SH history?
Enjoyed son's wedding.
So he enjoyed his son's wedding. On September 26, 2018, that was your first visit with Mr. Jacobson, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said with patients who present with depression and PTSD that you do therapy and medication management together sometimes, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Jacobson was already on medication, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't prescribe him any medication because he was already on it, correct?
That is not correct. I tried to increase his dose of sertraline, of Zoloft.
Okay, fair enough. So you went ahead and what did you increase his dosage to?
Tried to increase it first to 125, then 150 milligrams.
Okay, and that was after the first visit, correct?
Correct.
But did you prescribe him any Zoloft?
I would have to look at my records in terms of whether he had it from Dr. Macrantonio or from me.
Okay. All your records pertaining to Mr. Jacobson are in front of you at exhibit tab number 8. If you could look through them and identify to me if you prescribed any Zoloft.
Let me explain that. I have other records in the electronic medical record that come under an outfit called RxNet. Those I do not have in front of me.
Sure. So if I were to issue a subpoena and you were required to turn over all of the medical records, those would have been records that would have been turned over, correct?
I believe. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no prescription history in the records that you have in front of you?
No, I don't have a record out of RxNet.
Okay. So as a result of the first visit, you went ahead and you had Mr. Jacobson increase his Zoloft dosage from 100 milligrams because Dr. Marcantonio bumped him up to 100, correct?
Yeah.
And you had him take anywhere between 125 and 150, correct?
I was hoping he would get it up to 125.
You were hoping that he would go to 125. Did he go up to 125?
As I look through my records, I don't see elements about that.
Okay. We'll go through the rest of your records here in a minute, Dr. Edlund. I want to talk about CBT. So in your records, when the jury's looking at the records, they're going to see the acronym CBT. That stands for Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what cognitive behavioral therapy consists of?
Cognitive behavioral therapy was devised in the 1960s. And there are many different versions of it, but basically it's the most common treatment of depression, anxiety used in the world. And it involves people basically trying to reframe how they put the world together. It's also used quite commonly for PTSD. One way that you do it is you talk to people in terms of how they see the world, how they regard different events. You try to get them to think in terms of problems, solutions. What can I do a little bit differently that will make my mood better? The cognitive part usually involves looking at how do I think about these problems and how can I make them more effectively dealt with. The behavioral part usually involves things like behavioral activation therapy, which means stuff like exercise, getting light, social engagement, being more active in the world. One of the big problems with PTSD is that people, in many cases, will withdraw a bit. And what you try to do is get them to be more engaged, to get outside more, get more light, be more physically active, do more stuff. That can include work, that can include straight out exercise, that can include just being more social.
In addition to cognitive behavioral therapy, you also did the increase of the dosage of Zoloft. Did you do anything else as part of Mr. Jacobson's therapy plan after the first visit?
One of the things that I keep listing is CBTI, cognitive behavioral therapy of insomnia. One of the things that happens with this stuff is that people have horrible sleep. So you try to give them a whole bunch of behavioral things to do so that they will sleep better. And I've run the Center for Circadian Medicine, which is basically biological clock stuff. Humans are built to sleep at night. If we don't sleep at night because we're working or because we're depressed or we're anxious, we'll have more trouble. So you try to get a ritual for people, a basic program, protocol.
point, 8 months, the treatment plan had not changed, correct?
Correct.
And then you wanted to see Mr. Jacobson back for a follow-up in 8 weeks, correct?
Correct.
But he never returned, did he?
No.
As you sit here today, do you recall ever prescribing Mr. Jacobson Zoloft
I can't tell you whether
or sertraline?
I can't tell you whether he was getting it through Dr. Mark Antonio or through me.
Okay. If he was getting it from Mark Antonio, would you have prescribed it as well?
No.
Okay. And did you feel that Mr. Jacobson was getting better based on your interactions with him?
Depending on what time you're talking about, what types of
If you want to turn to page 92 of your deposition. And I'm reading from line 5. Question: at the end of your last deposition testimony, you had indicated that Mr. Jacobson was getting better based on your visits with him. And what was your answer to that question?
Yes.
You had even given Mr. Jacobson homework to keep a journal and a log of his bad thoughts, correct?
Not so much of bad thoughts, more around sleep issues.
Okay, but you nevertheless gave that as part of Mr. Jacobson's therapy plan. You wanted him to write down in a notebook his thoughts, collect his thoughts in a notebook, correct?
I asked him to do certain types of homework in terms of insomnia.
And he didn't do it, did he?
I don't recall him bringing in a notebook showing me.
Okay. Were you aware that Mr. Jacobson went to Ireland in 2017?
I believe there's something, that's a good question. I believe there's a note somewhere in Dr. Mark Antonio's notes about that.
And did you have an opportunity to review Dr. Mark Antonio's records with regard to annual wellness exam forms that Mr. Jacobson may have filled out?
I was looking at that.
So you were looking at them?
I was looking at that today.
Oh, okay. Well, let's look at it together.
Which exhibit number are you referencing?
Exhibit 10, Your Honor. And is this the form that you reviewed today, Dr. Edlund?
The Medicare wellness exam?
Yes.
No.
Okay, you didn't review that then?
No.
Okay. And I'm going to have you turn to Exhibit 11. And I'm going to ask you if you reviewed that.
No.
Okay. You just reviewed Dr. Mark Antonio's medical records, correct?
The ones that I had.
Let's look at exhibit number 10 together. Said that PTSD would have an effect for a patient to the extent where they might not be able to socially interact with friends, correct?
At times.
Okay, at times. Or they may have a lack of interest in doing things, correct?
It will be variable, yes.
on November 22nd, 2016, which was 4 days after the incident in this case occurred, over the past 2 weeks, Mr. Jacob, how often have you felt down, depressed, or hopeless? And Mr. Jacobson said almost never. Were you aware of that at the time that you examined him?
Was I aware of the Medicare wellness exam of November 22nd, 2016? I was not.
Were you aware of any of Mr. Jacobson's answers to this wellness exam form?
Not what he wrote on November 22nd, 2016, no.
So, for example, you weren't aware that on November 22nd, 2016, that during the past 6 months, Mr. Jacobson almost never felt depressed, correct?
Say over the past 6 months?
During the past 6 months, how often have you felt sad or depressed? And Mr. Jacobson responded almost never.
No, he said over the past 2 weeks, how often have you felt down, depressed, or hopeless? That's what it reads.
I'm jumping 3 more questions down.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, or almost never.
And then let's turn to Exhibit 11. And when you examined Mr. Jacobson in September of 2018, were you aware that he completed another Medicare wellness exam form in 2017 where he also reported that he almost never felt depressed in the prior 6 months? Were you aware of that?
No.
So you didn't review these documents prior to examining Mr. Jacobson, correct?
No.
And you haven't reviewed those documents at all during your treatment of Mr. Jacobson, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that the last time you saw, met, or ever provided treatment to Mr. Jacobson was May 29, 2019, which is more than 3 years ago. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Witness is excused.
Thank you, Dr. Edlund. Just leave the
Please leave the material.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, missing counsel here for just a moment. All right, folks, I've got some things to discuss with the attorneys, but no need to keep you here for that. Deputy Coley, you could take charge of the panel, and let's be back at 1:15, okay? 1:15.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please leave your pants face down on your seats.
Okay, we wanted to talk scheduling, and there was an issue about Friday. Mr. Kessler, you say you've got a witness that may take 2 hours.
Yes, Your Honor.
He says he's got a full day planned already with his witnesses. Any way to get your witness earlier this week? We can take her out of order.
The flight arrangements have already been made. She's flying in from New York, Your Honor. We anticipated calling her on Friday, so to change it last minute along with her schedule just is not practical.
Do you have witnesses that we could call earlier than Friday?
I think I could call one potential witness out of order, but obviously Mr. Crosby, Your Honor, and Dr. Morris and Dr. Ellis, those were incredibly difficult to put together given how busy all of them are. So I could potentially do one more witness today in addition to what I've already said, but that would not be preferable, Your Honor, the way my case has been outlined and how it's been prepared. As you can understand, when we made these plans, we were expecting 1 day of jury selection. As we found out, that obviously wasn't the case, and it took us something like 13 hours to complete it, but not wholly unnecessary given the stakes of the case. So potentially, Your Honor, but it would be very difficult for me, and it might, by the timing and everything, it might be difficult at the last minute to get a witness who is supposed to testify tomorrow afternoon over here today.
Well, if they're under subpoena, Your Honor, they have to be here. Anyway, I don't know if Mr. Titanic issued subpoenas or not, but I can tell you that Dr. Morris and Dr. Ellis, I've been in contact with both of them, and they have said to give them 24 hours notice and they will be here. So if we were to call them this afternoon and tell them that they need to be here tomorrow, that they would be here tomorrow.
Which witnesses do you need by Zoom?
It will be Mr. Crosby, Dr. Ellis, and Dr. Morris.
And which one do we have the Daubert issue?
That's Crosby.
Well, we're going to need time for him before we present to the jury.
Correct, Your Honor.
What was your plan on that?
Your Honor, I thought we would, the thinking being is since it sounds like the court is able to accommodate us via Zoom, we would do a proffer outside the presence of the jury via Zoom. And if your determination that that his testimony in its almost entirety would be excluded, there might be a position where I might not even need to call him at all because still based on what the knowledge he has and facts and circumstances of the case. Obviously, I got to weigh that against what he actually provides, versus what is actually excluded.
So which days were you planning on calling these three?
I would, Mr. Crosby is ready to go tomorrow, Thursday, June 16th.
And how about Ellis?
Ellis, Friday, June, I believe that was at 17th, 9 a.m.
And how about Morris?
Morris, Friday, June 17th, 11 a.m.
And then your witness that you wanted to call on Friday is who?
Well, there's two witnesses that have to go Friday. That's Catherine Haupt and Richard Mulvihill. Richard Mulvihill will not take that much time.
So you're planning on calling them in person?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I think that it's important for the jury to see live testimony in this case, and it's something that we agreed to at the pretrial conference.
Yeah.
I've been basing my case or my preparation on in-person live testimony.
Let me ask you this. How about for the next week, week 2? Do you have any flexibility in that week?
In week 2?
Yes.
As far as my presentation of witnesses?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I have the entire week, Your Honor. We anticipate needing 3 days for our case.
Here's what I want you to do. Mr. Kessler, I want you to contact your witnesses, the ones that you planned on Friday, see if there's any way they could reschedule for next week. I want you to check with your witnesses to see that you have for Friday, to see if there's any way they can reschedule. Now, let me say, we can start earlier, we can do it at noon, we can do it late in the day, as long as I can let the jury know that what we're doing. We don't have to stick to a 9 to 5 schedule. We could even do it in the evening hours if I could work that with the folks here. So find out what their schedules are, if there's flexible. If they understand we can do it at noon, we could start early, like at 8 o'clock in the morning. We could go, we could start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, go till 7. I just need to let the jury know what we're up to. So I know you've already talked to them. You think you got them locked in, but it sounds like Friday is not going to be workable with all the people you're trying to get in. So let's see if there's any alternatives, and do as much as you can over the lunch break. We'll see. But as I hear, you've only got one witness this afternoon?
2, Your Honor.
2. And it won't take the whole afternoon?
No, it will not, Your Honor.
So, I mean, therein lies the issue. Number one, I've already been in discussion with my witnesses. I know that they're not available next week. Catherine Haupt is going to Texas to attend and present at a conference in Texas. Richard Mulvihill already has pre-booked vacation plans that he cannot change, Your Honor. So I already know the answer to that question. Number two, we're wasting a lot of time. We're going to have 2 witnesses this afternoon that may not take the whole entire afternoon, maybe an hour at the most. And then we're going to break 3 hours early. We're going to have 3 hours of time that we're going to be missing out on, where Mr. Tympanik has other witnesses that he can call. I understand it might not be in the preference or the priority that he wants to call them, but he can call them. We have the time.
You may give some thought to calling another witness. I'm not sure I want to waste the afternoon.
Your Honor, like I said, I can do one more witness. Other than that,
Well, you got one sitting right there.
yeah, Your Honor, I have to, as you can understand, how this is actually, how I'm introducing evidence is a tactical, Your Honor, and how they're introduced and the order is very specific. I'm able to move one witness because it doesn't really change much, but Your Honor, as you can understand, I have the ability to introduce my case as I see fit. As defense counsel just said, they have unmovable plans by experts. That same right should be given to me, Your Honor. But the problem also is that they started on Friday thinking that it's a 2-week trial. Then the plaintiff's case has less amount of time than the defense case. If they planned on with a 2-day jury selection, based on that logic, they would be into the case on Friday so that they would get Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday as time, as opposed to me, since jury selection changed the length of time it actually took to do it, then I got cut into my time. So, Your Honor, I had to move people around. It's nothing short of a miracle that I was able to get Dr. Morris, who's actually literally is leaving to go on vacation after she testifies. Dr. Ellis has had COVID. She hasn't been working. She's been working remotely for several weeks. And this is the reality of the situation. This is what you sometimes have to deal with in trial. But this notion that, like I said, I'm willing to move what I can to help out the court for the interests of justice, for the interests of the jury. But as you can understand, Your Honor, I can only do so much. I can't move mountains, if it were.
Well, we have, at the moment, we have 4 witnesses that may be lengthy set for Friday. And we have time this afternoon to take witnesses out of your order. I'm giving you notice that we may ask you to call your own client, even though you protest that. I think we have to use the time prudently in order to meet the timelines that we've established for the trial and for the jury.
Your Honor, what I can do, because originally, what I can do is I can call a witness this afternoon and put my client on the stand potentially tomorrow afternoon, which wasn't originally the plan, but if that's what it needs to be, because the only thing we might have to, the thinking being is that's going to take a great bit of time. And Dr. Morris told me she could, if need be, do a 5 p.m. on Thursday, but that is not preferable. But I can talk with her and see if she could do it, because as you can understand, Your Honor, at 5 o'clock, jury's not really it's tough for them to be paying attention and not thinking what else is going on. I'm trying to keep it, obviously, it's sometimes unavoidable, but I'm trying to keep it in the confines of this is a trial, they're serving on the jury, but we're not going to take over their lives.
Well, just so you'll know, do what you can to readjust the schedule to lighten the load on Friday so that both sides will have adequate time to present their witnesses. And also, you're on notice that you may have to call your witness this afternoon, your client. I'm not saying I'm going to do that yet, but I want you under the alert that that could happen.
And Your Honor, as you can understand, I'd be objecting because I'd be in a position where I would be putting on my client before I had the ability to tell the story, and it's based on defense's expert assuming that my case would only take this long, as opposed to we get the first week, you get the second week, which is more. I don't know how the defense case takes longer than the plaintiff's case, but that's obviously not for me to say. But it would not be my client who I'd be calling. I'd be calling my client's wife this afternoon, who was scheduled to testify on Friday to be able to lighten the load for today.
Well, you need to fill the time. It needs to be used prudently. But I heard your objections and I made my alert to you, and that's where we are. See you back at 1:15.
All rise. Court's in recess.
missing.
The other
We're not
day.
gonna get anything up from there. I'm gonna try the other one just to see what happens. Plug it.
I'm able to since plenty of time. Only a couple hours ago. Friday, apparently the clock runs out for me. So as you can understand, I had numerous witnesses, and now I'm in a position where I have to slam them all in together.
Your Honor, that's a gross mischaracterization of what's really going on. I don't care when he finishes. All I'm saying is I have two witnesses that need to testify on Friday.
And Your Honor, if we're okay doing things out of order, I have no issue whatsoever, because with Mr. Kessler putting on 2 defense witnesses on Friday, I have no issue with that. I just don't be expected to move into JOA motion for directed verdict arguments on Friday, because I just don't think I'll be there by then, Your Honor. Obviously, losing yesterday changed everything for me, as you can understand, and when jury selection takes longer than everyone was expecting.
Well, I tend to recall that we talked about it being a possible 2-day jury selection earlier, as anticipating the issues that we had to cover. But so let me just, what are you estimating House testimony to take?
Including cross-examination, maybe 2 hours?
And how about Mulderhill, the other one?
Including cross-examination, maybe a half hour?
What are you projecting for Ellis?
Like I said, an hour, Your Honor, total?
Total for you?
Total and cross, Your Honor.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And Morris?
Same thing?
Yes.
Well, if I'm calculating this right, about 5 hours. So to get all that done, I think we could notify the jury that Friday night we may go a little late to make sure everything's done. Okay. Put Dr. Morris on hold, because I'll hear back from IT about the possibility of doing her testimony by Zoom tomorrow afternoon. But either way, she can either be here in person or by Zoom by 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, she said she couldn't get here till 5:30, and that.
Okay, well, if we needed to, we could take an early dinner and work. Jovan notified everybody that we may be working late. Okay. Well, if we can do that, that would accommodate just about everybody. So I'll message IT now and tell them about the Thursday situation. And they have your contact information?
They should, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me do that. So tell me this afternoon, what do you have?
I'm going to call, now Sergeant Akil, Leanne Novak, and Cindy Watson, the wife of Plaintiff Rodney Jacobson.
Right. Okay, sounds like we can accommodate everybody if we don't waste time. So I think that's a doable schedule.
Your Honor, next as to my contention, I haven't received the witness order, which was supposed to be done before trial, and I still haven't gotten it on Wednesday.
I understood he was talking to you about it, though. No?
I have an email from this Sunday saying I'll have it to you tomorrow, being Monday, June 13th, and we're on June 15th, and I've been waiting for it. I even brought it up on Monday and still have not received it, Your Honor.
Okay, well, Mr. Kessler, take some time and do that. Give it to him for the end, as soon as you can.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we have a panel? Anything before we bring in the jury?
Just one last thing. Cindy Watson obviously was not expecting to testify. She will be here between 2 and 2:30. So the hope is that Sergeant Akil, Leanne Novak's testimony and cross takes us right to when she gets here, so there is no wasted time. But if need be, Your Honor, we might have to take a short recess until she arrives.
We may need one by then. That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
Folks just coming in from lunch, please make sure your cell phones are completely turned off. Jurors entering.
All right, folks, take your seats. We have a question from the jury, and it is, can we get a copy of the 15 pages that they reviewed briefly this morning? This entire book's going to be given to you. It's got all the exhibits in it. There's so many that we're not going to do what we did before. If they're lengthy, if they're brief ones, we'll circulate them with you. That's going to be in your hands, everything that you need to know as far as the exhibits are concerned. So, yeah, the answer is yes. You will have them to examine, but not, again, we got to get all the evidence in, then you can look at it when you deliberate. Okay. Now, I wanted to let you know, I think as I told some of you, can't recall everybody, but we had a discussion yesterday about how sometimes our schedule changes given circumstances with witnesses, and we have that situation now. There's a possibility that we will be working late on Thursday and Friday night. I'm pretty sure we will be doing that on Thursday, tomorrow. Friday, we're working to see if we can get it done within normal business hours. But there's a possibility, given some witnesses' issues, that we may not be able to get it in normal hours. So I just want you to know that I'm going to ask you to make sure your calendar is open both Thursday night and Friday night of this week in case we need it, that you won't feel anxious to let your loved ones and families know that you're down here and you may go past 5 o'clock. We'll have more information on that as things develop, but that's just a heads up for right now. Okay? All right. Ms. Timpanic, call your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Sergeant James Akil to the stand.
Wait, sir. Sergeant, you'll stand here. Face Madam Clerk. Where's your right hand sworn? This way, sir.
Go ahead, you be seated.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is James Akil, A-C-H-I-L-L-E. I'm sergeant with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office.
And how long you've been employed there?
16 and a half years.
And in what capacity have you been employed there?
I started as a deputy in 2005, and I was recently promoted in this year in February.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And on November 18th, 2016, were you working in the same or similar position as you are today?
No, sir. I was in the agricultural unit, which is a subgroup of animal services. It's the law enforcement entity of animal services.
And during that time, did you have an opportunity to go with Deputy Campbell to take photographs of Candy the dog?
Deputy Campbell?
I'm sorry, did you have an opportunity to go take photographs of Candy the dog?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense counsel what has been previously marked as Joint Exhibit 6.
Okay.
May I approach the witness? Actually, I don't need to.
Just, there's the book right there, sir, if you'll turn to that exhibit number.
Turn to Exhibit 6, please. Tab 6, I should say. And can you please flip through these photographs included in tab number 6? And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize them?
Those were the photos that were taken by myself at Animal Services.
And are they the same or similar condition as when you took them back in November of 2016?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff will be asking to introduce the photographs of Candy the dog into evidence as plaintiff's Exhibit 6, well, Joint Exhibit 6.
Understand, yes.
Your Honor, we have no objection to any of the joint exhibits, and they're already in evidence.
Okay. Just wanted to be able to lay the foundation. Your Honor, permission to publish.
Unlike the other exhibits, these are a bunch of photographs. So when you get them, just look at one, pass it down, and you'll have a chance to see all of them. You don't need to hold the whole package. Just circulate it. All right, go ahead, think about others. And let them distribute to the jury.
And could you, Sergeant Akil, could you please describe what the jury actually saw in those photographs? What is the status of Candy in these photographs for the record?
These photos were taken at Animal Services once we received the dog back from the vet and it was in our care. It shows the impact of the bullet and other markings of where they had done their testing for conclusion as to what took place.
And could you explain to the jury what the status of Candy at this time?
At this time, she was deceased.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Kelly. Could you tell the members of the jury how
to his left?
Given the statements provided, it was brought to me that he was right next to Candy the dog, and never in front of the dog.
So would it be, like I said, would it be fair to say, just so I'm a visual learner, if I'm facing you and you are Candy the dog and I am Mr. Deaterly, would it be fair to say that you weren't able to eliminate that Mr. Jacobson is standing immediately to Mr. Deaterly's left?
Based on how focused you are on the situation at hand, possibly you wouldn't be able to see if somebody was there or not. But given the interaction that they had between the two of them, it's only fair to say that he would have been somewhere close to the area of the incident when it was going on.
And were you able to eliminate that scrape as being a gunshot wound? Eliminate the possibility that was a gunshot wound?
Based on only...
Yes or no?
No.
And do you have any formalized training in gunshot wound analysis? No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Johnson?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, Shipka. Just leave the book there.
Okay.
And Sergeant Akil, on behalf of us, is released from his subpoena.
Thank you, sir. You can go on about your business. Okay, who's next?
Plaintiff calls Leanne Novak to the stand, Your Honor.
Leanne Novak? Please make sure your cell phone's turned on. Perfect, thank you. Follow me, ma'am. Ma'am, if you'll stand here and face Madam Clerk, raise your right hand this morning. This way, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Novak. Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record?
Leanne Novak, N-O-V-A-K.
And are you familiar with the plaintiff, Rodney Jacobson?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to the jury how you're familiar with Mr. Jacobson?
We've been friends for between 15 and 20 years.
And does that mean you also know his wife, Cindy Watson?
Yes.
And can you describe your relationship to the jury?
We met when her parrot died, and I had a friend who had a parrot who needed a home. And through her vet, we met up to see if the bird was a good fit, and it was. And when she traveled, she would leave the bird with me because I have lots of parrots that I've rescued over the years. So our friendship just built from there.
Okay. And were you familiar with Candy the dog?
Yes.
And describe how you were familiar with Candy the dog.
Cindy had been running errands one day, and I don't know if she was bringing something by or picking something up. I really don't recall. It's been a while now. She stopped by, and Candy was with her in the car. I walked out to the car because she was going somewhere, and I was busy at the time. So I walked out to get whatever it was or to talk to her at the car, and saw that Candy was in the passenger seat. So she rolled the window down, and I walked up to the door and observed Candy's body language, because that's always a smart thing to do when you're walking up to a dog you haven't met before. And she was quite sweet and nice, and I said hello to her first before I said hello to Cindy, because that's who I am. And I reached out and patted her and talked to her, and maybe she sat there for 10 minutes talking about various things, birds, dogs, whatever it was at the time. I don't recall.
And had you previously met Candy the dog prior to that incident?
No, I had not.
And did she ever bite you?
No.
Did she try to jump at you?
No.
Did she even bark at you?
No.
So can you describe her overall demeanor with her during that interaction?
She was sitting relaxed in the seat, turned toward me, ears down, tail wagging, calm, no shivering, no cowering, no turning away, no looking away. She was meeting my gaze. There was nothing about her that was physically telling me that there was anything to worry about.
Do you have dogs yourself?
Yes.
How many dogs do you have?
Currently, I just have one now.
On roughly in 2016, how many dogs did you used to have?
Well, I had 3, one of which didn't belong to us. I was a volunteer puppy raiser for service dog organizations over 15 years. And at that time, I had a puppy in training, plus 2 that had failed, unfortunately, and I've taken them back as our own personal dogs.
And currently, what type of dog do you have right now?
Golden Retriever.
Okay. And how have you taken it to the vet or anything of that nature?
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Has the Golden Retriever itself shown aggressive behavior ever?
Objection, relevance.
No further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm Ms. Novak. My name is Andrea Johnson. I'm one of the attorneys representing Zach. You are longtime friends with the plaintiff, Rodney Jacobson.
Not with him as much as with his wife.
Okay. But you're hoping that he wins this lawsuit?
Objection.
Ooh. I don't want them to lose, no.
And so your testimony about the demeanor of plaintiff's dog was from the one time you saw the dog in the car?
Yes, the first time.
So the dog was restrained in the car when you met it?
No, it was sitting in the seat. It was not leashed or harnessed in.
Well, let me ask it this way. There was a barrier of the car between you and the dog when you met it, right?
The window was down, the door was closed.
And you've never seen how plaintiff's dog acts when it's off leash, have you?
Objection calls for speculation.
You weren't present on the date of the incident that we're here on today, were you?
No, ma'am.
And you've never seen how plaintiff's dog has acted at the Deaterly family property where this happened, have you?
No, I've never been there.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? Have you ever observed plaintiff's dog when it has been off leash?
Only in the car.
No other times outside of the car that you've seen the dog off leash?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And obviously, Ms. Novak is released, Your Honor, with the thanks of the court.
All right, next witness.
Your Honor, just be asking the deputies to check if Ms. Watson has arrived yet. She obviously was a late ad for today.
First name?
Cindy.
Watson?
We expect her momentarily. I think she's...
No response at present, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a break, folks. Let's take 15 minutes.
Jury's exiting.
Okay. See you back at 1:15.
All right. Court's in a brief recess.
don't know what would kill that. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. Think you're getting something? You don't know if it's downstairs or right.
Well,
One.
yeah, because this one is 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Testing 1. One, two, three, four. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's see what happens.
Thank you.
Yep.
At that time, I was on the board of Honor Animal Rescue, and so I took in medically needy dogs, basically, which most of the time turned out to be pregnant dogs or some that maybe had been confiscated and starved or things like that. So I got a call that Animal Services had picked up a stray that was very pregnant. They needed someone to take them, or at Animal Services, it's not the place for puppies, so they, sometimes have to euthanize those dogs if a rescue won't take them. So I took her in.
And were you able to help Candy deliver the dogs?
Yes, I delivered all 12.
And were you able to find homes for all 12 puppies?
Yes, we had a fair amount of help, from Honor volunteers that came in and helped take care of them, and then through Honor and their adoptions and people and us and everybody, we got all 12 placed.
And did you eventually adopt Candy the dog?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have other animals in the house?
Yes.
And what other animals did you have in your house?
Let's see. We had a standard poodle and an Irish setter, and I had several other medical dogs that were there. So, my house could have 3 dogs in it, or it could have 17 dogs in it, if we had 12 puppies. So.
What's the, strike that. And just for the jury, what do you actually do for a living?
I'm a nurse.
And just real quickly, what's your educational background?
I have a doctorate in nursing.
And how long have you been a nurse?
Let's see, about 38 years.
So you became a nurse prior to marrying Rodney Jacobson?
Oh, yes,
Okay, and tell the jury, how did Candy get along with the other dogs that were in the house, or pets, if it were?
Well, to start with, we have, Rod made a room, we call it the puppy room, basically, and it gives a place for strays to come in, whether they're medical or whether they're pregnant, to come in and have a place to decompress, because that's what they need to do. We don't know anything about them. We don't know if they have any disease. They haven't been vaccinated. Some of them are protective of puppies, as even regular dogs are. So we had a separate room that was, air conditioned, and TV in there, and chairs to sit in there, and a bed for the dog, and a puppy whelping area, basically. So she wasn't with our animals until after the puppies were gone, because it's just not really a good thing to do, and it doesn't matter. I've taken in little tiny 20-pound American Eskimo mixes that we didn't allow in with our dogs during their puppy time. And after that, she's fine. She actually worked with Rod all day. So.
And when you say worked with Rod all day, what do you mean?
Oh, well, he left about 5:30 in the morning, and he would say, get in the truck, it's time to go to work, and off she'd go in the truck, and she would go to job sites or in the office, or really wherever he was in the truck. And they'd come home around 5:30 at night.
And when she would go to those job sites, would Candy the dog be around other people?
Oh, sure, of course.
Numerous people, would it be fair to say?
Yeah, subcontractors, homeowners, yeah, for sure.
And did you and Rod take it upon yourself to teach Candy some training, obedience training?
Yes, yes.
Could you describe to the jury what actually that entails?
Well, for me, I've had, if you will, bully breed dogs really since I was young. I started out with a Doberman, I think when I was 25, and had Rottweilers, and so I've had some big bully breeds. So it's really important that they have manners, and they simple commands: sit, stay, come, And Candy was no different as any of our dogs.
And was any of those training off-leash command obedience training?
Yeah, she was off leash. I mean, our yard is fenced. She had to be able to come when called and sit in front of us.
And would she do that?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
She was a very smart dog. She learned things pretty quickly.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense counsel what's been previously marked and agreed upon as Exhibit 13. Ms. Watson, could you please pick up that binder and turn to tab 13 in it? Flip it over.
First page?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recognize the dog in that picture?
Yeah, that's Candy.
Could you flip through the remaining 3 or 4 pages, pictures?
Yes, they're all of Candy.
And Your Honor, are they a fair and accurate representation of your dog, Candy?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd be asking to publish these photographs.
Sure. And if you remove those from the binder, we're going to have them handed out to the jury so they can look. They need to be removed from the binder.
Okay.
Exhibit 13.
And Ms. Watson, I'd want to turn your attention to the last photo in that exhibit for you.
I think they're in a different order.
It's okay.
Which one are you speaking of?
Spring and loaded photograph.
Okay, yeah, that's in the second one.
Yep. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Whose boat is that?
That's D. Deaterly's.
And who is your understanding? Who is D. Deaterly?
My understanding?
Yes.
He's a friend of ours who owned the property where Rug kept his boat and where Candy was shot.
And what relationship does Zachary Deaterly have to D. Deaterly?
It's his grandson.
And I'd like to turn your attention to the day in question. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And do you recall, actually, let's back it up a bit. Can you describe to the jury what the relationship was of Dee Deaterly, the grandfather of Zachary Deaterly, and your husband, Rod Jacobson?
We've been friends for years, vacationed together, boated together. Yeah.
Did you ever vacation together?
Yes.
Did Rod ever go and help Dee Deaterly out with things around the house?
Yes.
How often did he do that?
Pretty much whenever Dee called.
Around that time and prior to, do you recall if Dee Deaterly was in a relationship with another individual?
Objection, relevance?
Yeah,
It's,
come over here.
actually, I'll withdraw for now, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm going to lay a proper foundation. And, okay, and did Rod have the ability to go onto the property?
Oh, yes.
And approximately how many times prior to this alleged incident had Rod been over to that property, if it were?
Rod probably stopped in on the property 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes he would be there, Saturday and Sunday sometimes, either doing boat work or Candy and him going out fishing or whatever. He also, checked on the property for Dee and checked on the house. There's a little cottage that's there. The reason the boat was there was because Dee asked him to put it there when he was going to move it from one place, and he said, "Can you put it over there? My boat's not there anymore. It makes it look like there's people there having a boat at the dock."
So would it be fair to say that Zachary Deaterly's grandfather allowed your husband to have a boat there for free?
Yes.
And why would he do that?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
Because they were friends, and it was a benefit to have a boat on the property. It's a large piece of property, so that people from the bay just didn't come up and think there was nobody there.
And prior to the alleged incident, had you taken Candy to, say, Dr. Bonda's office?
Oh yeah, that was. I started taking her to Dr. Bonda's really almost as soon as I got her, so that she didn't have to. I didn't have to take her back to animal services to have things done, basically. So yes.
And at any of those times, was blood drawn from Candy?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And did she ever act aggressively in Dr. Bonda's office?
No.
Did she ever try to bite Dr. Bonda?
No.
Did she even act aggressively when, actually strike that, did she ever show any aggression towards Dr. Bonda?
No.
Did she ever show any aggression to anybody?
No.
So I'm going to take you to the day in question. Do you know why on November 18th, 2016, your husband went out to the property?
Yeah, we were getting his boat that was kept on the property ready for the Venice Boat Parade. We had entered it for another animal rescue, which is Vintage Paws. They take in senior dogs. So we were getting it ready so that then it was going to go over to the yacht club so that volunteers from Vintage Paws could decorate it.
And was this for the Venice Boat Parade?
Yes.
And was that something that Rod enjoyed doing?
Yeah, he did.
And approximately how many times prior to the incident in question had Candy been on the boat?
Since the time we got her, anytime Rod was at the boat during the day, Candy was with him, always.
And would it be fair to characterize the boat as her happy place?
Yeah, well, the boat, the car, any place Rod was, yeah, pretty much.
And please don't take offense to this, Miss Watson. Would it be fair to say that Rod was Candy's best friend?
Yeah, I think dogs kind of choose who they want, who they who's their person they're going to bond to, and that was Rod.
And when did you find out about Mr. Deaterly shooting Candy the dog?
As soon as Rod got in the car. Actually, Rod was supposed to be home at 4 o'clock so that we could, get the dogs fed and head to the yacht club, because we were supposed to meet a group that was going to be there for the boat parade. And so when he called, which was just a short time after 4, I figured he was just calling to say, I'm on the street. We always call before we enter the property, just so that, there's no dogs that we let out that are on the property, because it's fenced, right? And so I figured that's what it was, and he was just upset, not knowing what to do, and he was like, Candy got shot. And I said, Candy got shot? How, where? And he said, Zach Deaterly shot Candy. And I said to him right then, okay, is she breathing? Is she, so, the nurse kicks in, right? Is she breathing? Where's she bleeding from? He said, she's just, I put her in the car. She's just laying there, moaning and bleeding. And I said, okay, hang up. I need to call the emergency clinic. You need to take her to Blue Pearl, and I need to alert them that, she's coming in and she's shot. And that's what I did.
Can you describe the overall demeanor of your husband in that first phone call?
Just distraught and just in shock, really. I mean, he was like, he couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. And I said to him, I'll call you back. At that time I said, I'll call you back as soon as I call the Blue Pearl, let you know they're there. So I called back and didn't get him on the phone. So that was concerning, right? And then he did call me a few minutes later, and he said he had called Dee to tell him that his grandson had shot his dog on the property. And
I think,
yeah.
Well, from there, did you eventually meet up with your husband?
I did not meet up with my husband. I stayed home with the other dogs because they were already at the vet clinic, and I was waiting for the vet to call me to give me an update as what was going on.
Did Rod eventually give you an update about Candy's condition?
He did. He said, I think they think it's really serious, is what he said. And they have her in the back, and they're working on her.
And did Rod eventually call you to tell you what happened to Candy after surgery?
Oh, no, I'm talking about Blue Pearl in Sarasota, because she went to Blue Pearl in Sarasota before they transferred her to Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the vet called to tell me, what was going on and what she suspected and what she thought that we should do.
Did Rod eventually call you to tell you that Candy had died?
Yes.
Could you describe what his demeanor like when he called to tell you that?
He was crying. I mean, it was, like 5 o'clock in the morning. He had been up, basically the whole night, right? They had to get her ready once they got her to Tampa, took her into surgery, and she died after surgery.
In the weeks following Candy's death, please describe to the jury what Rod was like.
Cheerful, still really like in shock. I mean, really, as somebody who kind of is just in shock with the whole situation, can't make heads or tail of it, type of a situation. Very tearful, felt, just he felt horrible that he had no way to protect her.
And did he eventually go and see Dr. Matthew Edlund?
Yes, he did.
And what was your understanding about why he would see Dr. Edlund?
Objection, speculation.
And in the weeks and months following Candy's death, and even years, did Rod ever have any sleep issues, meaning have problems sleeping?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, he had terrible dreams, even kind of what I call waking dreams. So in a chair, kind of dozing, and then, like leaping up out of the chair kind of dreams, what's going on, I'm, chasing Zach, or he would, be in bed, he would leap out of bed or fall out of bed, hit his head on the nightstand, what's going on, what's going on? He would say, I'm sorry, he always would say, I'm sorry, I know it's scary, I'm sorry, I'm just after Zach.
And did that happen multiple times?
Yes.
How many times would approximately you estimate that happened?
I don't know if I could estimate it because it's still happening.
And it has been 5.5 years from this incident, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of these nightmares, do you and Mr. Deaterly sleep in separate bedrooms? Mr. Jacobson.
Yes.
And is it because of those recurring nightmares?
Yes.
And have you ever observed instances where Rod would just start crying at the drop of a hat for no reason?
No. Yes. He sometimes he just kind of is off in a, his eyes are open, but he's, just off, and the next thing you know, tears will be running down his face, and I say, what's wrong? And he said, I just had a thought of Candy, and yeah.
Do you believe that based on your observations, your husband is a different man today than he was prior to the incident in question?
Definitely.
And describe that to the jury.
Oh, he doesn't have that bond that he had with the dogs before. He just doesn't have that bond. He doesn't really want to do things like we used to. I mean, we went a lot. We voted. We did a lot of things, and it's always like, oh, I don't know if I really feel like it. This. So yeah, his personality is definitely different.
And do you know? Strike that. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Have you rescued any dogs subsequent Candy's death?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And describe what Rod's relationship with those dogs.
Rod is great with all dogs. So he loves dogs. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be able to have 12 puppies at a time if you didn't have a partner who also, is going to participate, because 12 dogs is a lot of dogs to take care of puppy-wise, right? Plus your own. So he's always good to any dog I bring home for any reason that needs care.
But would it be fair to say that he had a special relationship with Candy?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Watson. Doesn't your husband have a history of a long-standing diagnosis of depression?
Yes.
And at the time this incident happened in 2016, he had been prescribed the antidepressant Zoloft for 16 years at that point.
I didn't know him 16 years before, but he was on Zoloft when I met him.
But you know that he had been prescribed the antidepressant Zoloft for many years prior to this incident happening?
Yes.
You had indicated that Mr. Jacobson, your husband, was tearful and in shock the weeks following this incident.
Yes.
Isn't it true that your husband saw his primary care physician, Dr. Mark Antonio, 4 days after this incident happened?
Yes.
And at that visit with his primary care physician, he never once mentioned the dog incident.
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know that at all.
Do you know whether or not he mentioned any symptoms of depression to his doctor 4 days after this incident happened?
I do not know.
Are you familiar with your husband filling out a wellness exam in 2016?
I filled out the wellness exam.
All right, I'm going to pull up for you Exhibit 10.
In here?
It's going to come up on the screen for you. This has been admitted into evidence, and it is the wellness exam from 2016.
Okay.
And this was presented to your husband's primary care physician 4 days after the incident, right?
No, it was mailed in about a month before. It's a Medicare wellness form, and they send them out to the houses to be done.
Did you or your husband ever update Dr. Mark Antonio with the wellness form after the dog incident happened?
It's a Medicare form, so I've never been asked to update one. In my practice, and I don't know whether Rod was asked that or not because I wasn't at the office with him.
My question was, did you update the wellness exam form after the dog incident happened?
It was mailed in a month before.
I understand you're saying it was mailed in.
Mm-hmm.
Did you at any point update the wellness exam after the dog incident happened?
I never received another one to update, so.
Did you assist your husband with the 2017 wellness exam form?
Yes, when they came, I usually did those and mailed them off so that they got there and they weren't lost.
All right, I am going to turn your attention to Exhibit 11, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the 2017 wellness exam. And this had been after the incident had occurred. And that would have been approximately 1 year later.
Yes.
And the first question, over the past 2 weeks, how often have you felt down, depressed, or hopeless? You indicated for your husband almost never.
Yeah.
And the next question, over the past 2 weeks, how often have you felt little interest or pleasure in doing things? And you had indicated for your husband almost never.
Yeah. I actually do need to make a correction here. I did not do this, and it's got a scribble on it, so that's not my handwriting. So I did not do the 17, I only did the 16.
So your testimony is now that you prepared the 2016 wellness exam, but not the 2017?
Correct. Yeah, it's not my writing.
Well, is it your check marks on there?
No, it's not. I believe that that's Dr. Mark Antonio's check marks.
Do you,
except for maybe my husband's check marks.
Do you know if your husband filled this out?
I don't know. And I don't know when or where it was filled out either.
Did you ever attend medical visits with your husband when he would see Dr. Mark Antonio?
For wellness exam?
For any exams, did you ever go with your husband to his doctor?
Only after his injury in January of 2021.
So you don't know how many visits your husband had with his primary care physician, Dr. Mark Antonio, before he first mentioned the dog incident or any symptoms of depression, do you?
No, I never went to the doctor's office with him.
Are you saying you never went to the doctor's office with him?
Until after his injury in January of 2021.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 7, which is a compilation of the medical records of Dr. Mark Antonio, and turn you to the specific page that states labeled Mark Antonio 65. Do you see that pulled up there?
Yes.
Under chief complaint, and you see at the top where it's dated August 15, 2018?
Yes.
And that's before your husband's injury in 2021?
Yes.
And under chief complaint, it says the chief complaint is, per wife, he doesn't feel himself. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but I wasn't there.
Did you contact the doctor and provide that information?
Yes, we saw the same physician.
If you look at the bottom of the medical record on Mark Antonio 65, it says patient's wife concerned and has confirmed his depression.
Yes.
Are you saying you were not there to give that statement?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that around the time of this incident and the years after that, that your husband had financial stress in his life?
I don't really know about his financial stress. We're second marriage. I have my financials and he has his, and that's how, that's our arrangement.
If you could turn to, or I'm going to show you Exhibit 20. Which has been admitted into evidence and is an amended family law financial affidavit. Are you you familiar with this document?
Not really. I mean, it's 2017, so no, I'm not.
Do you know that your husband was involved in alimony modification proceedings with his ex-wife?
In 2017?
At any point in time, were you aware that your husband was involved with alimony modification proceedings with his ex-wife?
The only thing I am aware of is an abatement in 2021.
So your testimony is that you've not been aware of alimony issues your husband had with his ex-wife?
No.
Okay. Have you ever said that you were aware of alimony issues that your husband had with his ex-wife?
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, because you're not giving me any time that you're asking for, so I don't know how to answer that question.
At any point in time, have you ever become aware of alimony modification proceedings that your husband was involved in?
2021.
You only became aware of it in 2021?
Your Honor, objection. I think it's been asked and answered.
I think she is.
How is it that you became aware?
Because when my husband was injured in January, I became a guardian for financial stuff so that people in his company could get paid.
I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 26. Which is an order dated May 19, 2019. Do you recall your husband having lost his efforts to modify the alimony?
This is 2019.
Have you ever seen this order before?
No.
If you could look at Exhibit 25. It's an order stipulated in the evidence dated May 23, 2019. Have you ever seen that order before? Turn your attention to Exhibit 21. order admitted into evidence, and it's dated September 12, 2019. Have you ever seen that order before?
No.
Next, I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 22. An order dated October 8, 2019 that's been admitted into evidence. Have you seen that order before? Do you know whether or not the alimony proceedings that your husband went through caused stress in his life?
I think, I'm sure that there was some level of stress in his life related to paying somebody alimony for 20 years or more.
Are you aware of the extensive sums of money that your husband paid his attorney to attempt the alimony modification?
Not until the year 2021.
And did you find out how much he had spent in the alimony modification proceedings?
No, but he spent a fair amount of money.
Were you aware of your husband being sued by American Express?
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware of it, although that's not the exact story of it. So,
Well, if I could turn your attention to Exhibit 32, which is a document that's been admitted into evidence. It's an amended stipulation of settlement agreement. Your husband settled that lawsuit with American Express, right?
he took responsibility for it, but it was really from a customer that didn't pay. So that's what happened.
Do you see on paragraph 4 of Exhibit 32, it says the defendant currently owes plaintiff, American Express National Bank, $96,246.99?
Yes, I see that.
And then on the next page, page 2 of Exhibit 32, paragraph 8 says plaintiff shall recover from the defendant the sum of $96,246.99. And that was in May of 2020 that your husband agreed to that? And did that cause him any stress?
No, he, as I said, he took responsibility for something that a customer didn't pay.
Are you aware of your husband being found in contempt of court in the alimony modification proceedings?
Is there a document here I'm supposed to look
I
at?
could turn your attention to Exhibit 23. It's an order that's been admitted into evidence, and it's dated July 14, 2020.
No.
You could turn to page 2. And it says the former husband is in willful contempt, and he has the means and ability to pay the sum of $49,590 due and owing to the former wife. Did you see that?
I see it, but I did not see it previously.
Now, I want to turn your attention to your husband's injury in January of 2021. You had indicated that you were appointed as guardian to handle his affairs.
Yes.
And that was a voluntary guardianship of your husband, meaning he had agreed to you to be the guardian?
Yes.
And after the injury in January 2021, he was having short-term memory issues?
Yes.
And after the accident, was there a period of time that your husband did not drive?
Yes, he didn't drive or work for 14 months.
After the incident, did you begin, as guardian, depositing money in your account from his business?
I deposited into accounts to pay the accounts that I had access to, correct?
And at some point in the alimony proceedings, it was established that you had transferred $135,700 from the business to an account in your name?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No.
Do you recall ever having testified that, yes, that happened?
What I testified to is that, yes, it had been moved, right? But there was nothing that allowed me to provide for what it was paid for. You know, what are the things that got paid out of it?
Okay.
Yes.
If I could turn your attention to Exhibit 24, that's been admitted into evidence. It's an order dated January 10, 2022. On the second page there, now this was at a time that you were the guardian, right, handling your husband's finances?
What is the date on this?
The last page shows the date of January 10, 2022.
I don't see a date on the page, on this page.
The last page of,
Okay, now you're at the last page. Yes, January 10th, 2022, right? Mm-hmm.
you were handling your husband's finances at
No.
that time?
No, I was not.
You had stopped?
In January of 2022 this year?
Yes.
Yes.
If you could go to page 2 of Exhibit 25. Paragraph 11, it says the former husband's current wife has known of the alimony obligation since January of 2021 and has made no payment to the former wife. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I did not know of it at that time, although that's what it says in this thing by Attorney Halverson.
In the court order?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the next page of the court order, that's
But this was, you're saying January, but actually this order was not written in January.
my question to you was, did I read that statement correct from paragraph 11?
Yes, but you told me it was from January, and it's like June or some other time. So that's why I asked you where the date was.
On the next page, under paragraph 14, it says the testimony of Cindy Watson is not credible given her interest in this matter and the lack of assistance she has given to pay the alimony. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Okay. And then on the next page, where the Honorable Hunter Carroll Circuit Court Judge signed it right and above that, it says a date of January 10, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you or your husband make any efforts in the alimony modification proceedings to attempt to make it so that your husband didn't have to testify in that case?
No.
Do you know who Richard Reith is?
Yes.
Did you or your husband hire him for the alimony proceedings to opine that he was not able to testify in the alimony proceedings?
The attorney hired him.
But that's an accurate statement that he was hired to give an opinion in the alimony proceedings that he could not testify after his accident, right?
Yes. In part, yes.
And so there were efforts to either stop or slow down the process of the alimony proceedings.
No.
You or your husband didn't do the equivalent in this civil lawsuit, did you, at the same time?
I don't understand the question.
In the alimony proceedings, there was the Richard Reith hired to opine that your husband couldn't give testimony in that case, right?
Actually, it was not that he could not give testimony. It had to do with complex issues like finances that he, at that point in time, could not do.
So you made those efforts in the alimony modification proceedings, right?
I don't understand your question.
You were saying you made efforts to have the expert opine that he couldn't handle complex financial matters, right?
I didn't make any of that. The expert interviewed him and made that statement.
Okay. But your husband did not do the same thing in this civil lawsuit, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
I can't answer that question.
You just clarify the question.
Are you aware of Richard Reith's involvement in the alimony modification proceedings? Okay. And isn't it true that whatever opinion Richard Reith was giving in the alimony modification proceedings, neither you nor your husband did the equivalent action in this civil lawsuit while it was going on?
There isn't an equivalent action.
At some point, did you become aware of the alimony modification proceedings being settled between your husband and his ex-wife?
Yes.
Okay. And your husband had agreed to pay $100,000 to end the alimony obligations?
That's correct.
And that was after the substantial sums of money that he had spent in attempting to have the alimony modified, right?
What time are you talking about? I don't understand the question because there's no time.
After your husband agreed to pay $100,000 to his ex-wife to end the alimony proceedings, that was after he had already paid his attorney substantial sums of money to attempt to modify it, right?
Actually, no, he did not pay the attorney substantial amounts of money. And I paid for the attorney to do the abatement.
Is it your testimony that you paid for all of your husband's attorney's fees in the alimony modification proceedings?
For the abatement, yes.
After your husband's injury in 2021, was he having financial difficulty?
Objection calls for speculation, vague, confusing.
In January of 2021, I did not have guardianship and I had nothing to do with finances or the company at that point.
After your husband's injury in 2021,
yes,
when you had became the guardian,
June,
was your husband having financial difficulty?
No, not really. I mean, the business was operating and slowed down, but it was operating.
Have you ever said that your husband, when you were guardian, was having financial difficulty and had a monthly deficit?
Yes, related to the alimony, yes, of course. That's personal. So if we're talking personal or we're talking business, they kind of are separate issues.
So was he having personal financial difficulty?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that a stressor in his life?
Yes.
Are you aware whether or not there was a tax lien against your husband?
Well, I'm aware of it now, yes.
Okay. So your husband had a tax lien against him, right?
Correct.
Do you know the amount?
No.
Do you know when your husband first mentioned the dog incident or any symptoms of depression to Dr. Mark Antonio?
No, because I wasn't with him at Dr. Mark Antonio's.
Have you been assisting your husband in this lawsuit?
I don't, can you be more specific? Because I don't know what that means.
Do you receive updates from your husband's attorney about what's going on in this lawsuit?
Yes.
And would you say that you are involved with your husband in this lawsuit or not involved with your husband in this lawsuit?
Yes, and this is my dog as well.
Okay. So over the years, you've been aware of the proceedings and what's been going on?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some of your husband's activities. You had mentioned nightmares and crying. Isn't it true also that your husband has sleep apnea that causes disruptions in his sleep?
He does have sleep
apnea. And that causes disruptions in his sleep?
Sleep apnea can cause it.
Does your husband still go fishing after this incident had happened?
He has not been fishing in multiple years, and I can't tell you what year the last time was he fished.
So you don't know whether or not he fished after the incident happened in 2016?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Does he still go boating?
No, he's not been boating.
Do you recall the last time he went boating?
Maybe in 2020.
So he still did go boating after this incident happened, right?
Rarely.
I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 7, which is Dr. Mark Antonio's medical records, and direct you to the Bates labeled 19. Do you see under history of present illness, it says patient comes in for a visit today because of right shoulder pain. Apparently he fell down the gangway on his boat. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And the date of that was May 1st, 2017, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that was after the incident had happened?
Yes.
And your husband was still boating?
No, he was working on the boat and fell down the gangway.
So he was working on the boat but not going boating?
That's correct, yeah.
Did he boat ever in 2018?
I don't know. I didn't go out and fish, so I can't answer that question.
So you don't know, you don't have knowledge of the number of times that your husband boated after 2016, right?
I know he didn't boat in 16, so I don't really know if he went once or twice in 17 or once or twice in 18. That would just be a guess.
Okay. You and your husband went on a vacation to Ireland in 2017, didn't you?
We did go to Ireland, but I'm not for sure what year that was.
Sure. I will turn your attention still on Exhibit 7, Bates labeled Mark Antonio 44. I'm going to read the second sentence under the plan. This again is Dr. Mark Antonio's record. I gave him a prescription for doxycycline to take with him when he goes to Ireland. He's going in about a week or so. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And the date on that medical record is August 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
So you and your husband went to Ireland in 2017?
Yes.
And that was after this incident had happened?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband still continued to bike after the incident?
Yes, he did try to exercise. And his office is close enough he can ride his bike.
I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 27. Those are supplemental answers to interrogatories that were part of this lawsuit and have been admitted into evidence under Exhibit 27. Do you see that there? Okay. And did you assist your husband in typing these answers to interrogatories during the course of this case?
I typed the answers just recently, and prior to that, I did not type any of it.
Okay. Do you see in the answer on number 3, the last two
can you tell me what year this is from? Because I think they've been done numerous times.
If you look at the last page of Exhibit 27,
okay.
Do you see a date of April 18, 2022?
Yes.
All right, going back to that first page, the last 2 lines of the answer to question 3, it says, I had treatment with Dr. Edlund approximately 10 to 12 times. His office stopped taking Medicare and the cost was too high, $210 for each 30 minutes to continue. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
So your husband stopped going to psychiatric care because the cost of $210 for a 30-minute session was too much?
Yes.
Is it accurate that you never, well, let me ask you this. Did your husband make any efforts to find a more affordable medical professional regarding the emotional distress?
I don't know if he did or not. I can't really answer that question. I don't know if he did, I don't even know what year he stopped seeing Dr. Edlund, so.
Is it fair to say that you didn't make any efforts to see if there was a more affordable medical provider for the emotional distress?
I did look at some additional physicians, yes, and recommended them.
Have you ever said that you did not make any more efforts to find a more affordable medical professional in any other court proceeding? Have you ever made that statement?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
Yeah, a long time ago.
That's for the witness, I'm sorry. And in your deposition, you took an oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And the same oath that you've taken today?
And what is this, when is this deposition?
Well, if you look at the front, it says April 27, 2022.
Oh, so this was just the updated one, right?
I want to turn your attention to page 104. At line 11, you were asked what efforts, I'm sorry, you're not there. Are you there now?
Yeah.
Line 11, what efforts, if any, did you undertake to find a medical professional more reasonably priced than Dr. Edlund so Mr. Jacobson could continue seeking treatment for the emotional distress? And your answer was, I did not.
Right, I did not find one. Right, exactly.
No, it asked what efforts, if any, did you undertake to find a medical professional?
I didn't find a medical professional at that time.
And so to your knowledge, your husband never saw another medical professional regarding emotional distress after Dr. Edlund?
He saw his primary care doctor. That's who he saw. And that's who he was most comfortable with.
I want to ask you a few questions about Candy. She came from Animal Services, right?
Yes.
And she was picked up as a stray? So you don't know her behavior or temperament from birth, right?
No.
Okay. And you had kept Candy in another room separate from your other dogs, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that even after the pregnancy that Candy was not allowed to be with the other dogs?
No.
You're saying?
No, that's not true.
You're saying she was allowed to be with the other dogs?
She was, I think one of the pictures shows her lying on the bed.
Ms. Watson, you have been handed your August 10, 2018 deposition, and I would ask you to turn to page 79 of that deposition. Do you see on
What page, I'm sorry?
79?
Okay.
And line 25, the question starts, where was Candy during her pregnancy? And then if you flip to page 80, your answer was, she was in her room. And then the next question is, okay, so after Candy had her litter, and then you had said, interrupted and said, the question continues on line 4. Did you begin allowing Candy to come out of the room and acquaint herself with the other dogs in your household? And your answer in your deposition was no.
What?
Did I read that correctly?
You did read it correctly.
And at all times when Candy was at your house, she was separated from all your other dogs, right?
The poodle.
Okay. Have you ever said in your deposition that Candy was separated from all the other dogs at your home?
I may have said that, but I don't know. Do you have it? Can you
All right.
show me where I said that?
Sure, still on page 80, starting on line 25. The question, okay, so you're already there on the page. Question, so if I understand your testimony correctly, and then it continues to page 81, line 1, Candy was at all times separate from the other dogs. Answer, yes. That's what you said, right? In your deposition?
I also said it was better for an aging dominant poodle. So yes, that was in response to the old poodle that I had, who was very dominant.
So at all times, Candy, while at your house, was separated from all other dogs?
No, she was not. We have many, many, many dogs, okay, that come and go. There are certain dogs that don't go with certain people. If we have a 9-pound Chihuahua, we don't put a 9-pound Chihuahua with other dogs sometimes.
Has the dog ever worn a choker chain, or sometimes referred to as a prong collar?
Never a choker chain. She wore a training, what they call pinch collars. So they're not prongs. They're pinch, and they're meant to pinch the skin. And responsible owners use pinch collars in situations where maybe there's another dog that's going to come to your dog, and you don't know how that dog's going to be. So she did on occasion. For instance, the vet's office.
Yes, I was going to turn your attention to Exhibit 15.
In this book here?
It'll come up on the screen momentarily.
Okay.
14 then. And that's what you call the pinch collar reflected in that x-ray?
Yes, it's a pinch collar.
Okay. And earlier you had testified that the dog had never acted aggressively with the vet, Dr. Bonda.
Correct.
Yeah. But yet the dog's still wearing a pinch collar to the vet.
That's because we don't know who is in the vet's office, who's in the waiting room. It's for everybody's protection.
Now, the commands that you had indicated that Candy was trained in off-leash commands, those were the commands to sit and stay.
Sit, stay, calm down.
Common commands that, in your experience, most dogs know, right?
Not strays.
Other than strays?
Well, if their owners teach them those commands, but not all dogs. No.
But you don't have any official license or certification for training dogs, do you?
I do not.
And you do not know whether or not Candy would listen to a command from someone other than you or your husband, do you?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow her to answer.
I wouldn't know even how to answer that question.
Did Candy listen to commands to sit or stay from anyone other than you or your husband, if you know?
Yes.
Have you ever said that you don't know if Candy would listen to commands from someone other than you or your husband?
I may have.
Okay, if you want to look at your deposition, the first one, that's dated August 10, 2018, I would have you turn to page 35.
Mm-hmm.
This one starts at the bottom again at line 25. Are you there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the question was, would she, referring to the dog, listen to those commands if, and then turning to page 36, line 1, given by a person other than you or Mr. Jacobson? And you answered, I can't answer that. I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
But then today you just said, yes, she would listen to others' commands.
Well, she listened to our daughter. She listened to my brother. I mean, I believe that had to do with like a stranger, so I couldn't answer that question.
Regarding the incident that happened in 2016, you were not at the property on that day?
No.
Okay. You never saw what happened?
No.
You didn't see the dog's behavior?
No.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of what Zach went through during that incident, do you?
What my husband told me only, yes. No, I was not there.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Ms. Watson, regarding the alimony modification proceedings, did you ever testify on August 26, 2016 in that court case regarding the alimony?
Yes, I did. They called me to that as a witness.
So earlier when you testified that you didn't know about the alimony modification proceedings until after your husband's injury. In fact, you knew about it because you testified in August 2016, right?
Yes. But I did not know what, yeah. Okay, yes, I testified.
And I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit 10. Again, this was the 2016 wellness form.
Okay.
Under patient's name, date of birth, height, and weight, whose handwriting is that?
That's right.
I thought you said that you had helped fill out the 2016 wellness.
I did. He filled that out. I filled out the rest of it, sent it in. He was going to take it with him, and the office said they wanted it mailed, so I filled it out.
So your husband wrote his name, birth, height, and weight, but then you did all the check marks?
Yeah, because he left it to take with him to the appointment.
And then turning to Exhibit 11, the Exhibit 11, which is the 2017 wellness exam, is that your husband's handwriting under name, birth,
Yes.
height, and weight?
Yes.
And do you know whose handwriting is the check marks?
No, I don't.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Read it, Rick.
No, Your Honor. Witness is excused, and we asked, wondering if he was excused from the defense as well.
No, she's not. We
Okay.
just have to recall.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You need to be available.
Thank you.
We see counsel here. All right, folks, I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room for just a minute. We're going to need to work out the schedule, and I'll be back with you shortly. Crosby located?
Jacksonville, Your Honor.
And were you planning on presenting him live?
Presenting him via Zoom, Your Honor.
But originally, was he going to come in?
Originally, Your Honor, he actually is in the middle of his What? Oh, thank you, Your Honor. He's in the midst of his dissertation. He actually has, I think he might be presenting or something on that Friday. So I opined to him if it might be easier if he appeared via Zoom. I didn't see it as that much of an issue, but as you can understand, Your Honor, that.
Well, you see, the Zoom involves setting up a system that can show obviously his image on the monitors. It's not, we can see him on our computer, but we need to get it out into the public. So I have IT delegated to try to do that.
Your Honor, what I can tell you is this. If need be, I can flip-flop witnesses around and potentially have another witness testify tomorrow. It would be Mr. Jacobson if IT can accommodate us. But if IT can accommodate us, yes, we'd be doing Mr. Crosby tomorrow, the proffer first, and depending on Your Honor's ruling, he would proceed with testimony after that.
Well, IT's in motion now trying to get it to work for tomorrow morning. I just spoke to our technician, and he says he doesn't think he could get it going until 9.
That's fine, Your Honor.
If at all. So he needs to get all the passwords and all that to you folks and to the witness so he can come in. So let's plan on that for the moment. Anything can happen tomorrow. We may have to reconfigure this after we see what's going on. But as far as the jury's concerned, what do you think, 10 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be my estimation.
That's fine, Your Honor. That should give us sufficient time for the cover.
All right, because I'm not sure it'll kick off exactly at 9 because they got technical issues. But I guess having the jury here at 10 would probably be the safest thing. All right. Bring in the panel. Ellie, pick up the binder. Please.
George Henry?
All right, folks, take your seats. So we're trying to juggle some witness schedules around, and so we've got some Zoom technology questions to resolve. No point in me keeping you here for that. Yes. The answer is, can they have clipboards for holding the notepads as they take notes so they're not bending so far to write on their laps?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
We should have had those school desks that pop over, you know. But we didn't think of that when we designed the courthouse. Yeah, let's...
That's a miss, Your Honor.
We'll find some way to do that. We'll just charge the county for it. How's that? All right, thank you for... Now, tomorrow, we're going to ask you to come at 10 o'clock in the morning. We've got some work to take care of before we need you here. So I just want to remind you to keep all your thoughts, comments, opinions to yourself. We have quite a bit to go. Again, resist any temptation to do independent research, going on the internet, seeing any news sites at all. Just keep this thing clean, all right? All right. Thank you. You've all been very attentive. All right, you're excused.
All right, Mr. Secretary. Please leave the notepads on the chairs for the the night. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, so everybody here be back at 8:30,
I will be here, Your Honor.
and hopefully we'll have the IT issue resolved. If it turns out you have to flip your witnesses, we understand that, but I'm going to shoot for having Crosby available by Zoom around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And make sure you have contact information so we can get him the Zoom information, very quickly. Okay?
Perfect.
Anything else before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
All right. See you tomorrow.
All rise. Court's in recess.